Thanks for all the chips and the soups and the re-ups. You would not believe the amount of French fries I'm shoving into my mouth right now. 1 second. It's like a coal oven in here. I'm trying to keep this train running. I'm just crossing a few more wires back here, and then we'll be ready to rock. Hello. Hi. I'm eating a burger. Nom, 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 nom. I was schmoovin' trying to make it here in time for this, and I made it. Just in time. Let's go! Yum, 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 yum. So, everybody ready for Homestuck? Ow. Those of you who have never participated in anything Homestuck related, I'm so proud of you for being here. And also, I question your decision making. You know what's funny is I've never read Problem Sleuth. I don't think I've read any of their other works. Yeah, no, I've really never touched any of Andrew Hussey's other work. I played Undertale. Does that count? Though I played it really late, like years after its hype. Whoa! Thank you for the Crimzon. I gotta go back and read that. Hold on. It's your birthday. Years ago. This is a great present for me. You know what, Argila? You had great taste. Reliving the memories. Happy birthday. I'm so sorry that this is what I decided to get you, but I guess I am your least favorite, so it's only right that I ruin your special day. I hope you have tons of cake and a delicious burger, and thank you so much for the delicious soup. I'm pouring that soup over my burger right now. Oh gosh, it's getting gross. It's getting mushy. It's gonna be so great. Yum, 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 yum. Do you think a Crimzon is just ketchup? Is ketchup tomato soup? Oh, tomato smoothie. I could see that, yeah. All right, hold on. Let me finish this. I'm almost done. Mm-hmm. This is a terrible way to kick off our Homestuck journey, but I'm so hungry right now. Nom, 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 nom. Game over. How far will we be getting into Homestuck? Okay. So I've got a couple disclaimers up front. I'm going to give those to you in just a second. One more bite. Here we go. Ow! I got to do a little hand sanitizer. Hold on. Yes, Homestuck VTuber stream. Let's do it. Man, this hand sanitizer really helps wash down the board here. It's delicious. All right, so let's get down to business, shall we? A couple things we need to talk about. Hi, my name's Crimzon Rulez. I'm Elysium's greatest monster hunter, and I am your least favorite idol. And I think today, I'm proving that. Right? Right. Hello. Hello. So, I want to turn this off. We're going to turn on our little Homestuck music. Hold on. Ooh, soft. Nice. If you don't know what Homestuck is, good. Welcome into being an Axel. All right. So here's the thing about, oops, sorry. I double pushed my button there. I double pushed my camera button. Here's the thing about Homestuck. A couple things. I'm going to do a couple disclaimers here. One, if you have never, ever participated in any Homestuck content, this is not Homestuck. What I'm doing today is not reading the webcomic called Homestuck. I am playing a game that is set in an alternate reality where the characters from the webcomic never had to go on their big adventure, okay? So, to catch you up, I am going to give you a very short summary of Homestuck. It will be like a minute or less. I am very fast. Don't worry. A couple other notes before we really get started on summarizing Homestuck. Is this canon? Yes and no, because actually that ties into my other notes. Note 1. The author has explicitly stated everything is canon. Why? Because there's infinite realities. It's very Enter the Spider-Verse in that way. 2, a lot of things have changed since Homestuck finished. It has not aged the best. There's a lot of themes in it that were not okay. There's a lot of themes in it that it itself addressed throughout the course of its own running, like characters that were maybe somewhat shitty to start out with and grew out of that as the author grew to realize that was not okay. 3, there are things that have been changed about characters that are now canon or not canon. Things have changed in Homestuck 2 that changed the way certain characters are viewed. I am not going to be addressing any of that. I'm going to engage with this game as it was written at the time it was written without really going any further than that or any deeper than that so that I don't confuse people who are not up to date on Homestuck lore or Homestuck characters. Okay? Okay. There will be notes in this game that are meant to be taken at face value. However, there are still hints of things at certain chapters. I believe you can check the warning tags by clicking on the chapters. I will try my best to do that. But for example, these characters are like 12-year-old kids who have to suffer traumas, who don't have the best parents or guardians. Unfortunately, that is part of the narrative. It's part of their growth as characters. So if that is in some way triggering to you, I am letting you know now that most of these kids do not have good guardians or parental figures. Okay? They have childhood traumas. Also, I get if you had a favorite character as a child. I mean, everybody did. Let's do our best not to, like, talk about how big, hot, sexy these 12-year-olds are because they're 12-year-olds, and I'd really rather you didn't say that. I understand if you're like, oh, but, like, you know, in Homestuck 2, they're adults. I get it, but there's a lot of nuance in this story, and I don't want to have to address it because this is not a good space for nuance. It would take a long time to have that conversation. I know a lot of you read this comic when you were like 12 or 10 or whatever, and you probably had your little crushes on these kids or whatever, but they are kids, and you were probably an adult now. I know I'm an adult now, so I will not be addressing any comments like that, and if it gets out of hand, I will be timing you out. I will time you out for as long as it takes. That is, I think, fair. It's not like a punishment. I'm just telling you that I'm not going to be engaging with that. Okay, 3. Nope, 4. I know there's a lot of disclaimers here, but again, this story has a lot of nuance, which is what I wanted to touch on. And this is not a good space for me to discuss that nuance. There are characters that do really shitty things. And I might say, hey, that character's a piece of shit. And I know they have their reasons. And I will try my best to have that conversation a little, but you cannot cover everything that needs to be covered in this narrative. It is longer than the Bible, literally. So there is no shot I can give it the amount of dissection it needs to truly psychoanalyze and break apart these characters. Got it? Got it. It's a little, it's silly, it's heavy. Okay, so Homestuck, let's get started on summarizing Homestuck really fast. I will say that Homestuck in its first 3 chapters were very much like Hussey's other works, and they have a habit of making works that are absurdist and kind of just goofs and jokes, and then making them very serious suddenly before the end. So Homestuck started out as a lot of coding jokes and like game dev humor, essentially, like jokes about how Sims UI works and things like that, and inventory systems and stuff like that. The whole like fake arms joke is based around the understanding that these kids themselves exist in a universe where game systems are real. So like having inventories is part of their reality, right? Like Hammer Space is just a reality they deal with. Does that make sense? Right? So like instead of like picking up a cake like you or I would, they might put the cake in their inventory. And that is a big part of the early humor. I really like early Homestuck. I think it's better than late Homestuck, but to each their own. Later on, you know, they get introduced to more like teen drama, and it becomes more of a narrative about like metaphysical spaces, the nature of being a person and what makes a person, and growing up. Cool? Cool. Now, let me quickly summarize. Here we go. Homestuck is a story about 4 kids who play a game that's going to end all of reality. They think it's just a regular video game, but it's actually the video game that all gods ever have played since the beginning of time that fabricates the reality that you exist in. They get a hold of a beta copy. It turns out the beta copy is somewhat corrupted, and throughout their session, they accidentally awaken a great ancient evil by combining the wrong things at the wrong time, and then they get in touch with another set of players named the Trolls, who are from an alien planet. They're playing another copy, but their troll named Karkat gave their universe cancer, and by doing this, he created an opening to the kids' universe, which gives their universe cancer. So both groups gather up together to fly to an alpha setting in the alpha version of the game, in their child's ancestors version of the game. So they meet up with their like ancestors, but when they were kids in the past, sort of Back to the Future style, and then they use that session to win the game, air quotes, the right way, defeat the great evil named Lord English, who was another player in like the pre-alpha setting of the game, who is the Lord of all time, who is already here. And then when they do that, they win and they create their own reality using both the kids and the trolls' mentalities of what reality is, okay? So they become God in their new universe. And that is theoretically where the story ends. Got it? That's pretty easy, right? That's Homestuck. It is much more than that, but that is the basic plot. I'm so confused. You forgot about the horses? Listen, I forgot a lot of things in there, right? I didn't talk about frogs. I didn't talk about horses. I could talk about how all of reality is actually built into Bilious Slick, who is a giant frog that actually takes up all of space, and everything in every universe is actually inside of his little, like, puff sack or whatever when he goes ribbit, and that is where the universe was. But Karkat Vances accidentally gave his frog cancer when he was helping Kanaya Mariam because he was being lazy about it, because he didn't think he wanted to help her, because he thought he was the big leader of his group, and he thought it was beneath him to be working around with fucking frogs all the time, so he kind of skipped a few corners. corners because he wanted to go out and fight monsters, not deal with this shit, because he was the leader of his group after all. And it turns out skipping corners when creating a reality is a really bad idea. So he gave his universe cancer, which also gave the kids' universe cancer because they're inextricably tied to each other. It turns out the universe the kids are from is actually the universe that was going to be born of the trolls in their session, but the trolls never got to complete the game or touch their door because they created Beck North. So Beck North sliced the door in half. So the kids' universe, which is our universe, has no gods lording over it because the trolls never got to go to the universe that they created, and it inherently had cancer because they created it that way. Okay, there you go. Teacher, will this be on the final exam? Yes. Okay, one more quick note. We will not be discussing buckets. I understand the buckets thing is funny. I just think it's dumb. To explain buckets, I'm not going to go into detail because I don't care. I think it's somewhat juvenile to act like that's some taboo word. Trolls have a different romantic system and a different reproductive system than everybody else. So culturally, buckets are somewhat of a lewd topic to them, okay? It is like talking about a fucking Spencers or something. So that's why people say that and are like, to themselves or whatever, but we're not going to be doing that today because we're all adults and we're all going to treat everything like we're adults and we're not going to act like that's a big funny word. Okay? Okay. Anyway, moving on. Now you don't have to be confused. I will discuss troll relationship quadrants when we get to the trolls. However, today I am already going to be in way over my head. We are 20 minutes into this, and all I've done is summarize things and lay down the ground rules. So I'm still confused, though. Don't worry about it. I will explain the trolls' romantic system when we get to the trolls, but today I will probably get through the 4 main kids. All right? So we're going through the beta kids. Will I play Hive Swap? I have once played Hive Swap, and I did voice act all 72 trolls, so maybe one day. We'll see. True, leprechauns do have significantly more complicated romantic quadrants than trolls. That's true, actually. Was there 72? Maybe there's 76 of them. I know some of them came with multiples. Anyway, we'll see. Lucky for you, this game only has like 16 characters, so don't worry too much about it. Or does it have 20? Let me check. I think it has 20, right? Because you have, oh yeah, you got the alpha kids, you got the beta kids, and you have all 12 trolls. So yeah, that's 20. Now, I feel like there was a way to check the, give me a second. I'm just trying to check the trigger warning. You know, I don't think there are any trigger warnings for John's route. So we're just going to get started on John's route. Everybody ready? So you call it a game, but not a video game, correct? Okay, so, I forget that Homestuck requires so much metatextual explanation. Homestuck itself is a webcomic with interactive elements that was played somewhat like a game. In the early years of Homestuck, it was written through a forum in which the author, Andrew Hussey, they would make a post saying, what should this next panel be? And then they would make a panel based off what the fans voted, right? Later, Hussey decided that they wanted to take full control of the narrative. So they took full control of the narrative. It was no longer in any way fan input. However, there were still interactive segments that were played like games. There were flash games. There were moments that were essentially like choose your own adventure type stuff. But for the most part, it is a webcomic that could not exist without the internet because it needed the interactive elements of Flash and the internet. Nixie says, how many more Minchies to make it to 800,557 new Minchies? A lot. Thank you for the soup. To put into perspective how big, thank you for the chips. To put into perspective how big Homestuck was, at one point, they put out an update called Cascade, which was so big, they couldn't put it on the Homestuck website. So they needed to find a place where they could put this video that they made, which was like 20 minutes long. So they decided the only place to put it would be Newgrounds, because Newgrounds gets a ton of traffic at that time. So they said, this will work. And they broke Newgrounds for hours, almost days, I think. So many people tried to watch it at once the moment it dropped that it murdered Newgrounds on the spot. If that doesn't give you an idea of how big it was as a medium at the time. Also, a lot of really cringe, really shit things have come out of Homestuck. I mean, there's the Sharpie bath incident, there's the buckets thing, there's people being like not sealing their paint when they were cosplaying. The problem with Homestuck is that it attracted a lot of really like immature kids who took it way too far and didn't understand like social mores and boundaries and did a lot of dumb shit. But Homestuck, I do not think, is defined by the lowest common denominator. There is a lot of Homestuck that is really good, really poignant, and really interesting. I do not think there is a better isekai, and I mean that genuinely, I'm not joking, about the difficulties of growing up and touching on the idea of finding like who you are as a person, despite multiple realities and multiple versions of yourself. Okay? Okay. You're going to get a glimpse at these characters. Again, this is not canonically what happens in Homestuck. This is a setting which assumes these kids never played their game. They did not play the world in the game, and they are just kids that we are interacting with as a main character. I will explain main character as we go. All right, let's get into the game. I don't think John's route has any like warnings I need to give you, so we're just going to get straight into it. I'm scared to revisit, actually. Don't be afraid. We got this. Don't worry. Carcat's first up on the list for Homestuck stream number 2. Okay, so how do I want to do this exactly? This is our main character. We are an ambiguous, sphere-headed person with no hair and no body, really. Don't worry too much about us. What you do need to know about us is that we went through an experience where we were on Alternia with a bunch of fan trolls that don't technically exist in the canon. The game that comes before this is called Hive Swap. Hive Swap is a game about interacting with 72 different trolls on a different planet. This character has already gone through that, so there are going to be things you don't understand. Don't worry about it. They get their mind wiped pretty quick and mostly forget about it. Got it? Got it. Hive Swap is also a pretty good game, and the trolls themselves are a fascinating look into a bit of world building for an alien species. Is this scared? Don't be scared. Don't sweat. We got this. Take my hand, Ruzeators. I will guide you gently through this horrible place. I'm sorry that you heard about it, Bunny Hugger. All right, let's do this, shall we? Does Toby Fox do music for this game? He did for the webcomic. I don't know about for this game. This game was not technically written by Andrew Hussey. It was written by another team, and Andrew Hussey proofread it and made sure everything was okay. So keep that in mind. It does have, in some places, better writing than Hussey, and in other places, I would argue, maybe somewhat below par, but that's okay because I still think it's genuinely very good writing. It's just different. It's different writing, and it has a more modern sentimentality. Let's say that. How about that? Hey-o, Rapture Queen. All right, shall we? Can we just start? No, actually, you know what? I'm putting another 30-second timer on it. Watch this. Now we're going to sit in silence for 30 seconds because you said that. Watch. Okay, so now that I've grabbed this wagon by the reins once again and I've pulled you rearing backwards, screaming into the abyss, I'm going to once again emphasize I'm in charge of this little cart that we're riding down the road on. Don't like it? Hop off. It's fine. Let's get back into it. Hey, thanks for the chips. All right. It's been a long time coming. You click to the last page of the Homestuck epilogues. You read it. Then you read it again. You scroll down to the Go Next section and find nothing. The little blue arrow you crave is nowhere to be found. What the fuck? Are you serious? What kind of ending was that? Absolutely nothing got resolved. This is a little meta joke about the actual webcomic Homestuck, which a lot of people were a little annoyed at the ending for. This guy just got done. We just got done reading all of Homestuck, in case you're wondering what just happened. You stand up so fast your chair falls over. Jesus Christ, are you steamed? Maybe eventually with further thoughts, you'll come to appreciate the thematic elements and contributions to narrative convention, but as of right now, you just need to understand. What happened to Dead John? What about Rose and Kanaya and their marriage? What about Terezi and Vriska? Hey, Roy, welcome in. God! You have to have words with someone. Stomping out of the little computer room, you blink a few times, trying to readjust to the dim parlor after staring at a screen for so long. Doc Scratch? Where's that creepy round motherfucker? You sure got his number now. You know all about how he ruined the lives of 8 human kids and 12 trolls. How he played everybody, including you! The very least he owes you is a satisfying conclusion to this story. You march confidently down the hall in the direction of a sudden ruckus. Turning the corner, you see 2 figures. One is definitely Doc Scratch. The other is a dark silhouette in a fashionable hat and coat. While you watch, the latter begins to hit the former with a cane. Good, Trekkie. Oh, god damn it. You know what's happening. You know some lore. You need to get out of here before this place goes up in flames. Survive now, yell about unsatisfactory narratives later. With that in mind, you leave behind this ridiculous altercation, trampling a pile of notes and photographs underfoot as you make a run for the fenestrated wall. See ya, suckers! You sail through, feet first, bracing for the smell of overturned earth and the sight of the twin Alternian moons. Man, it's gonna be good to see your friends again, especially now that you're armed with all of this canon knowledge. But what surrounds you is not Fozzer's corpse field. It's a whole lot of nothing. Are you lost between worlds or something? Wait, no. You see a glimmer in the distance. A bright white light. Swallowing down the surge of panic, you move towards it. The Homestuck symbol. The light coalesces into the form of a small symbolic house. Hey, you recognize this house. Bald! You wonder if you can just sort of... Oh, okay, well, you did that. A barrage of images hits you. Broken, chaotic flashes, too fractured to make sense of. You just stuck your hand into the most powerful item in the whole of this narrative, and your body is not taking it well. Bright, sizzling pain hits the nerve center of your brain and radiates out to your extremities. Wow, you are a moron. You aren't a comic character. You aren't meant for this sort of metatextual energy. It hurts. It burns. It unravels you from the inside out. And then everything goes white. An exception is occurred while running game code. Sorry, we were just running through a little Homestuck panel there. To put a little more context into things, I'm not going to be describing these characters in depth because I want you to experience them in the raw. We'll talk about them after we're done with them. But the Homestuck webcomic deals a lot with the metatextual narrative and the idea that certain characters are completely aware that the webcomic is a webcomic and know every canon event. We are playing as a character like that. The character they mentioned, Doc Scratch, also understands that. Some characters can step outside of the narrative and step back into it and affect it in weird ways as if they were interacting with it as a comic and not the reality they exist in. Okay, here we go. When will you make a troll sona? When I'm dead! See you later, Sonny! It's giga meta. Yeah, it's very, very, very meta. It breaks... The fourth wall is an actual object you can interact with in the comic. The character John Egbert interacts with the fourth wall regularly. Yeah, Deadpool logic. There you go. What a lovely morning. Is the music loud enough? Let me have a little sip of my soda here and we'll check. Let's go! Yeah, it's fine. Okay, here we go. It's a little Coke. What a lovely morning. The air is fresh and crisp. It's early spring, probably. You find yourself on the sidewalk in a suburban neighborhood, facing a neat, friendly house. A neat, friendly boy stands at the window on the second floor, looking down at you. At least, you hope he's friendly. Man, you would really love to be his friend. At first, you think the boy is looking at you, but instead, he appears to be looking at the mailbox, which is stuffed so full that the door is half open. Looks like someone crammed a whole box in there. Helpfully, you pull it out, along with a couple of coupons and envelopes stamped with a green symbol. You go to give the boy a thumbs up, but he is no longer at the window. Memory prickles at the corners of your awareness. You feel like you've maybe done this before? While you're standing there, ruminating, a car pulls up. The driver is wearing a hat and a suit and is probably the owner of this house and the father of that friendly boy. Oh, shit. You're just standing out here with all of his mail. He's gonna think you're trying to rob the place. Play it cool or hide the evidence. I did not visit the Homestuck Cafe. Yeah, let's play it cool. We're just gonna chill. We're gonna play it cool. Not wanting to behave like a complete buffoon and draw attention to yourself, you just hide all the mail stuff behind your back. There's a bunch of envelopes, though, and the box is bulky, so all of it just sort of slithers from your grasp like a bunch of dead snakes. The distinguished man in his flawless suit looks at you from across the yard. You can't see his eyes under the brim of his hat, but you are absolutely sure he is giving you a look of intense, fatherly disapproval. There was a Homestuck Cafe in California, yes. A bolt of shame goes through you. There was Homestuck-themed drinks and foods and stuff and, like, merch. Wow, this guy is good. He's not even your dad, and you're just losing it under his disapproval. You expect him to start shouting or calling the cops. You were so obviously stealing his mail. But instead, he just keeps looking at you. Does he know you? Is he someone you should remember? Or is it just the platonic ideal of dadliness that crosses time and space, eternal in all iterations of reality? That sounds like some bullshit, though. Slowly, the distinguished man shakes his head. He goes inside. You can't quite put your finger on why, but you know that you've been summarily dismissed. Stern fatherly disapproval! Oh, man. We got a game over, guys. We suck. The ultimate dad disapproved us into a game over. Damn it! At least the bad end music's good. Okay, well, that was fun. Here, there's a button to skip to the next narrative question. Okay, cool. The platonic ideal of dadliness. Why does the dad look like Bubble Man from He is Bubble Man from SpongeBob. Why not? Yeah, that was a game over. We're gonna play it cool. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, wait. We weren't supposed to do that. Go back! Oh, no, go back! Is there an autosave? Yeah, autosave. We're gonna hide the evidence. Quick as you can, you turn around and dump everything in the sewer. Whatever, it's probably all garbage anyway. Who even uses their mailbox these days? The friendly and fatherly figure parks his car, climbs out, and tips his hat at you. Then he walks into the house, not sensing a single thing was amiss. Oh, thank you, Zizopi. Ladrock Zizopi. If you don't think I know that that's a troll name... Honey, you've got a storm coming. Not jumping on your troll alt to watch this. How dare you? The perfect crime. Oh, but here comes a boy out the front door. God, you hope he wasn't coming down for that mail. A residential boy approaches. Wait a minute. This is not the same boy you saw peeking through the window. It possibly is not a boy at all. It appears to be a mysterious gentleman. You wonder what business this fine, upstanding neighborhood gentleman would have of you. Hey! I saw you standing out here messing with the mailbox. I figured you might be the mailman, even though you're not wearing a mailman outfit. Oh, yeah. That's you. You're definitely the mailman. Your outfit is, it's in the laundry today. You're just wearing your mailman hoodie instead. See this symbol? It's a symbol of, the mail. Nothing stops the mail. That's great. I guess it is true after all. The mailmen are completely relentless in their quest to deliver people's mail. You guys are incredible. Speaking of mail, do you know if I got any today? What? No. What red package? You haven't seen anything like that. No bills, no junk mail, nothing at all. The mailbox is empty when you looked inside. Well, I didn't say anything about a red package. Should I be expecting one? Come to think of it, it is my birthday, so getting a package in the mail would make sense. And if it's red, that probably means it's from Dave. Oh, he loves red, because I guess it's cool. Oh man, I wonder what he got me. Nothing. He got you nothing, you say. Isn't he listening? This Dave fellow probably forgot his birthday due to being a bad friend, and that's why there's no package, red or otherwise. What? Oh. Just kidding, you say. You're sure Dave is a great friend who cares about this kid a lot. His present's probably just late, and definitely not slowly sinking into a subterranean river of shit right now. Yeah, we put the package in the fucking sewer. It's not... What? That's a strange thing to say. Are you sure you don't know more about Dave's present than you're telling me? No, you say. Absolutely not. Actually, he should forget what you said about the present being late. He should not be expecting a red package, not now or ever. He should trust you because all mailmen know everything about the mail. Dang. So nothing else? Huh? You said the box was empty. I don't think I understand. Isn't that how it always is when you deliver mail? I mean, you're the guy who's supposed to put stuff in there. Yes, that's right. You're the mailman. The absolute authority over all mail, which means your word must be accepted without question. When it comes to the mail he didn't get today, you double-checked and everything. You looked thoroughly through your mailbag for anything with this kid's name on it and came up empty. Sorry, dude. You have a mailbag? Where is it? Oh, that old thing? You accidentally dropped it in the sewer before the boy came outside. Oh, no. Well, that sucks. Oh, what a nice, sweet boy. This poor guy. this poor little kid. Oh, no, that sucks. Poor John. All that mail, ruined. Maybe I can help you fish it out. Oh, no. So sweet. No! You mean, that's fine. Thanks for offering, fine young Samaritan. But, the government will handle this. There's, like, insurance and such for sewer-related postal mishaps. Oh, yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but what if you missed something in there for me, like a game envelope or such? Are you totally sure you didn't miss something? Yes, you are sure. You triple-checked and didn't see his name on anything. Besides, it's really ranked down there. Very sewery. All the mail's been befouled beyond any hope of salvaging it. Really. It's best not to bother even peeking inside. You're probably right, but... Hey, how do you know there wasn't any mail for me if you don't know my name? What? Oh. God damn it. Huh? Oh, you mean, of course you know his name. Mailmen are sort of like Santa Claus. They know the names of all good little boys on their delivery routes. Wait, okay, that sounded really creepy. You really regret phrasing it like that. It was so completely unnecessary. You just know a lot of stuff. As an important government official with lots of bureaucratic lists and stuff. For instance, the name of this young man is... Damn. Why do you always paint yourself into corners like this? All you're trying to do is make a new friend, and you somehow manage to bullshit your way through the absolute most challenging version of this conversation possible. Okay, you can do this. This young man's name is... Wow, it really could be anything. You might as well have been given a random-ass name this very day, shortly before you arrived, for all you know. You'll just have to go with your gut and feel it out. A new friendship is on the line. His name is... Steve... Wait. Nope, he's making a bad face. You're on the wrong track. Oh, he's perking up. This is good. Nope, bad face again. It's not Jimmy. Or, Gilliam? No, that's Gerard's name. That's not even a name. Anyway. Yes, he likes that. Jombrimi. Shit! He looks disgusted. Abort! Jombrimi? You really can be quite the fucking idiot sometimes. Jonderson. No, wait. He looked pleased for a minute. Then it looked like he just sucked on a lemon. Jesus Christ, you're bad at this. You were close there. Jonderbuilt? Yikes. No. You got it. It's just John. Of course. You don't know what you're even thinking. Yes, you do. Those are just goofs. You explain to John. Mailmen love goofs. His name is John, you say confidently, as if you had it in the bag all along. Not your non-existent mail bag, which you told him you dropped in the sewer. Your real bag, where the good shit is, such as your incredible ability to guess someone's name in 5 or 6 tries. That's right! Wow. I guess it's true then. Mailmen really do know practically everything. You smile. Finally, it feels like this friendship may be starting to click. Actual Homestuck. It was rocky there for a minute, as you had to spin an intricate, nearly flawless web of lies to smooth over the fact that you destroyed his cherished personal property. But you're pretty sure you're in the clear now, and you'll never have to justify yourself to him ever again. Well, as nice as it is to meet you, Mr. Mailman, to be honest, it just kind of sucks. I've been waiting for a really cool game to arrive in the mail, but it's been a few days already, and now I'm starting to think it got lost in the mail? It might just never come now, and I'm kind of bummed out about it. I had some hope it would show up on my birthday as, like, a present. Nobody, really. Just a present out of thin air, I guess. Like it was gonna be destiny or something. Oh, if only you knew, John. If only you knew you were destined to, like, play a game that created a new reality, and I just ruined it as the main character of a different reality. Oh, well. I guess magic really is as fake as all the scientists say it is. You nod along, very wisely. Oh, yes, you say. You can kiss that game goodbye. It definitely got lost in the mail, and it is never, ever going to be delivered. The Postmaster General just told you a few seconds ago. Through your wireless earpiece, which is hooked up to the U.S. parcel mainframe. You tell John he's right to disbelieve in magic. It's fake as shit. It's time for him to get used to the idea that he will never ever play this game, whatever it was. It was probably stupid anyway. Most games are. You should try to get used to whatever kind of life he's going to live from now on in the absence of this dumb video game. Yeah, you're right. I think I got too worked up about it. It probably does suck, actually. I think Game Bro only gave it like 2 hats out of 5 hats. It might have been even less than that, actually. God, what a piece of shit it probably was. You know, I think I have to thank you, Mr. Mailman. You really opened my eyes today. I'm gonna forget I ever heard of that dumb game and just try to enjoy my life. Talk to my friends, hang out in my room, and I don't know. Come to think of it, maybe I was looking forward to playing that game with my friends so much because I'm lonely? I'm actually a little embarrassed to admit. I don't actually have any friends in real life. Oh, this is it! This is your end! I did not expect to get dragged into my... You're welcome, malevolent being. This is your end! This nice boy seems to be jonesing for friendship just as much as you are, and you've laid all the groundwork for becoming his best bro so expertly. You just need to slide right into his life with just a few more sympathetic remarks. You actually have a lot of experience with this by now. You've made so many friends in so many strange places and with such mixed results. Or, you think you did. Actually, you can't conjure up any of their names or faces right now. Nah, it probably isn't important. Actually, let's never speak of that again. What matters most is that you're here now, making a sweet new pal named John. You casually mentioned that this is the end of your mail route, and you don't have much else going on in your life. Maybe you and he can hang out for a while? If he doesn't mind, that is. Huh? You want to hang out with me? Like, just a mailman and a 13-year-old boy just being buddies? You shrug a little, as if you don't care much, but you do really, really care. Normally, I would say that sounds a little strange and maybe slightly inappropriate, but what do I know? If you were a normal-looking mailman, that'd probably be a shitty idea, and I'd get into trouble with my dad or the authorities or something, and probably so would you, but you seem different. Like, maybe you aren't even a real person? Just kind of a weird, harmless-looking guy? Like an alien? But not really? You don't really know what to say to any of this. It's true. We are actually just a narrative structure. It turns out we're not a person, or an alien, or a troll. We're just a weird, ambiguous thing. We are there for MC narrative arc. I love how this dumb game addresses the fact that you are not somebody that exists in this reality and make fun of you constantly. We are a streamer plus audience. Shh, John can't know you're all watching. Oh, man. I'm being so fucking rude. I'm sorry. Yeah, of course we can hang out. But maybe we should, keep this sort of a secret from my dad. I don't know if he would approve of me bringing a stranger into the house, even if you are very nice and sincerely concerned about my mail problems. We are not sincerely concerned about your mail problems, little dude. Sorry. That sounds fine with you. Now that you think about it, you still aren't sure his dad didn't see you dumping all the mail into the sewer. He probably didn't, otherwise he would have had some words with you, surely. But still, it's a risk you shouldn't be taking under these delicate circumstances. There's a friendship on the line. Wait, when did John ever swear? John does swear, actually. I think people take John to be like this like super cute little bubbly goober. John does swear, and John's actually, in a lot of ways, kind of a callous asshole. But yeah, he doesn't swear as much as like Carcat or Dave, so everybody assumes he just doesn't swear at all. A friendship of male lies! This is a friendship built upon lies. Okay, I'm glad you agree. I think the problem with John is he comes across like super pleasant, like a little goober nerd. And he is a little goober nerd, but he's also like a 13-year-old boy in 2010. So yes, he swears a lot. Like a lot. He also says some shit he really shouldn't say, which I think they took out of this game. So don't worry too much about it. It sounds like we have a sneaking mission ahead of us. Actually, it sounds like it could be fun. Oh yeah, it does sound fun. Except maybe slightly triggering, since you've done a lot of dangerous high-stakes sneaking in the past that you can't quite remember. But still, fun. Mostly fun. You can't wait. Yeah. So, how should we do this? We could either sneak upstairs to my bedroom while avoiding my dad and just hang out up there for a while, or if that sounds too risky, we could just stay outside. I've got some sweet playground equipment in the backyard. What'll it be? What are we doing, gamers? It always feels weird hearing about this little dude. He's too relatable. Yeah. I also think it's funny that this game completely subverts the typical visual novel, like quest for romance down every arc. And it's like, no, your MC is jonesing for friendship. For some reason, they're just a terrible, pathetic little fucking loner neat who has no friends. So they're out on friendship quests. The original game was called Hive Swap Friend Sim instead of like Dating Sim. Want to save first? That's probably a good idea. I forgot how to do that. You know what? I can just backwards and forwards, I think. Yeah, see, we're good. We can just backwards and forward. You guys want to... We'll start with outside, because I think that's a failed route, and I think the failed routes are funny. Actually, you tell John you think the fresh air out here will do you some good. Also, the playground equipment he mentioned really sweetens the pod. You hope he doesn't mind. After all, as a mailman, you were meant to be outdoors. You took a mailman's oath and everything. Yeah. John will probably believe that. Sure, no problem. I totally understand. It gets really stuffy in there, especially with all the baking my dad does. We can hang out in my yard. Feels like it's been ages since I took a spin on that old pogo ride. Pogo ride? Ho-ho! Well, that just seals the deal. You bow flamboyantly and gesture for him to lead the way, but you quickly regret doing that because it was a little much. Well, here it is, my backyard in all its glory. Swing set, my beloved. Yes, swing set, my beloved. My beloved! Yes, it's the thing on his shirt, which is, in fun fact, is Slimer from, some boomer movie. From Ghostbusters. It's Slimer from Ghostbusters. John's a big Ghostbusters head. He's ghost-pilled and Buster-maxed. I don't think I've ever watched Ghostbusters, but I should at some point. Why does your shirt match your backyard toy? Because his dad is probably the best dad that ever lived, and despite John's complaints that he's a little overbearing and bakes too much, his dad genuinely cares about his son to like a ridiculous degree and would do anything to try and make him happy and appeal to his interests. So he knows John likes Ghostbusters, so he installed a Ghostbusters pogo ride. John's the only one without an abusive guardian. We don't talk about Dave's brother. No spoilers. I hardly ever come out here anymore, honestly. There's this old trusty swing set. Brings back some good memories. And then there's this pogo ride. You better hop on before I beat you to it. I'm just kidding. That thing's a death trap. You should really go nowhere near that thing, unless you like dying. Oblivious to the humorous nature of his remark, you shake your head solemnly. Oh no, you say. You're pretty sure dying sucks and you never want to do that again. Huh? Well, that's a weird thing to say. Are you saying you've died before, or is this some sort of weird mailman joke? Oh, yeah. You mailmen like to joke around a lot. Sometimes very darkly. It gets very stressful delivering the mail sometimes, and sometimes you just need to blow off some steam by making light of your mortality, and... It doesn't seem like this is going over well. To be fair, it is one of your worst explanations so far. And that's really saying something. You start to falter and lose composure. You don't seem to have it in you to follow through with a lie. You stop talking and hang your head. Hey, what's wrong? You decide to tell him the truth. Yes, you've been dead before. Possibly a bunch of times. You're not sure. Actually, you can't remember any of the circumstances surrounding your deaths, and you aren't even sure who you are. Frankly, you're a little confused by your own existence sometimes. Oh no. Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a little hard to believe, but I'll listen to what you had to say anyway, because that's what friends are for. How did that happen? Oh, well, you cast your mind back as hard as you can. You really give it a good hard think. You remember a room and a computer screen and just this really intense feeling of frustration. A computer screen? I mean, I get being very frustrated at your computer screen. I do that every day. Yeah, he gets it. It's written all over his face. This is a boy who feels your pain. It's following you perfectly. I'm not really following. Then you explain how you ended up in the afterlife. Afterlife? You're pretty sure it was the afterlife. Maybe heaven? It was a little too freaky for heaven, but you were alone. Then you found a mysterious artifact on the ground. You found a mysterious artifact? In hell? Yes. It was white and flat and lying on the ground, as if it was just waiting for you. Or waiting for someone else maybe, but you found it first by accident? You find it hard to believe you were destined for any cursed treasure such as this. Perhaps the artifact belonged to Lucifer himself. Lucifer? Wow. Oh, you didn't realize you said the Lucifer thing out loud. Maybe you should consider reeling this in a bit. You're beginning to wonder if you're coming off as a little unhinged here. Except John is clearly transfixed by your story and looking a little concerned. You guess there's no going back now. You've committed yourself to the truth, as insane as it sounds. So, you saw something weird. It looked a little bit like a house. The obvious thing to do was to stick your hand inside the house, so that's what you did. Then you felt funny and teleported out of hell. That's how you ended up here, on Earth. Where, you then became a mailman and decided to have a long and rewarding career of delivering the mail. And then you met John, and now you're basically best friends. The end. This all sounds pretty fucked up. Yes, it does, doesn't it? You're right back to feeling like a crazy person again. He probably doesn't believe you. It seems like you're going to have to take this even further or risk eroding the foundation of trust this blossoming friendship is built upon. You mentioned that you're pretty sure the devil's treasure gave you some magic powers. Magic powers? Like what? You're not sure. You can sort of teleport now. Also, you're pretty sure you can time travel. You haven't tested it out much, you admit. Teleportation and time travel, huh? That's, a lot. You can prove it, you say desperately. Suddenly it feels like this friendship is hanging by a thread, and you'll do anything to preserve it. It's time to bring out the big guns. The revelation to this boy that, contrary to all known scientific wisdom, magic is far from fake. It is real as shit. For instance, you remind him that you both almost went up to his bedroom but decided not to because the trek across the house was too risky. But what if you could just teleport there? Sounds like a handy trick. I'm still guessing this is all bullshit, though. Like a prank. That's okay, though. I love pranks. Ah, but it's no prank. At least, you think. You never actually tested this power before. God, you hope you don't end up making a fool of yourself. Everything's riding on this. Hey, what are you? Here goes nothing. Zzz. Ah, it worked. Unbelievable. Do you know what this means, Mr. Mailman? You shake your head. It means magic is fucking real! You shrug. Yes, it is. You won't admit it, but all you really care about right now is the fact that you saved the friendship. It should all be smooth sailing from here. Well, it's a pretty good thing I met you, because if you didn't show up, I'm pretty sure that nothing anywhere close to being this incredible would ever have happened to me. Well, sure, buddy, sure. You consider that remark for a moment and decide you absolutely agree. You are definitely the best and most exciting thing that'll ever happen to this kid. You also said something about time travel? Can we try that too? Or would that be too disruptive to the space-time continuum? You have him eating out of the palm of your hand now. No need to slow this train down. Continuum. Whatever your new friend wants, he gets. Oh, I know. Why don't we just go back in time by about a week? And we can stay right here. That way we won't risk messing up anything important. Sure, that makes sense. You get ready to use your new hell power and concentrate as hard as you can on the idea of 1 week ago. That's probably how it works. Well, not much changed. Except, wait. The cakes are gone! That must mean it isn't my birthday yet, which means it worked! This is 1 week ago! Wow! Oh, for fuck's sake! I forgot, of course there was gonna be past me in this room a week ago. God, I'm such an idiot! This is gonna fuck things up, isn't it? What the hell is going on here? Whatever it is, it seems really stupid. You're right, John, it is stupid. Sorry, I wasn't using my head. Don't worry, we'll get out of your hair. Hey, quick, let's zip out to the yard so we fuck up space-time as little as possible. Zip. Whew. Well, that was dumb. Maybe let's try to avoid abusing your time travel powers from now on. It could really lead to a lot of messy bullshit. You wholeheartedly agree. All you really want to do is make friends, not clown around through space-time. Meanwhile, I guess we're still a week in the past, but now, just standing in my yard doing nothing? It seems pointless. We should probably head back to the present. You nod. It was an interesting experiment, and it brought to you a lot of credibility, but it's time to... Wait a minute. Something's wrong. There's a slight buzzing in the air. You can feel it. What's the matter? You tell him you think someone's coming. Quick, you have to hide. What? Oh, okay. You and John dash into a neighbor's yard and hide behind the fence. You peek into the backyard to see what's happening. Suddenly, you see it. That energy you were feeling was a whole group of teenagers randomly teleporting into John's backyard? What the fuck? You examine them more closely. They're all dressed in ridiculous, colorful outfits. Is the circus in town? There did seem to be a lot of clowns in John's house. Maybe this house is some kind of globally recognized headquarters for traveling clowns. But they're not really clowns, just teens wearing strange pajama-looking clothes. 8 of them, to be precise. On closer inspection, one of them seems familiar. The guy in the blue pajamas. You think it's your new friend John? But he seems older. Definitely not a 13-year-old kid, like your buddy here. None of them are. They all appear to settle in for a while to talk amongst themselves. The guy in the yellow Speedo gets down to business on the pogo ride, totally oblivious to its dangers. There seems to be a serious atmosphere hanging over this group of teens. Important discussions are happening. It's completely baffling to you, and by the look on your buddy's face, to John as well. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling settles over you, like you're witnessing something that was never meant to be seen by anyone. Perhaps a rendezvous point established by this group of teens for exactly that reason, that no one would think to be watching this quiet suburban backyard right now. Should you stay and listen? Or go? You're not sure what to do. You can't shake the feeling that something highly inappropriate is happening here, just by watching. Like you're beholding a moment so divorced from an authoritative chain of events that to even witness this moment is not only narratively compromising, but extremely cursed. Hey, is that guy wearing the blue pajamas? Me? You pat John on the back. You can only imagine what's going through his head right now. He hasn't seen a time travel duplicate of himself in, well, minutes. Man, I look so much older. What am I even wearing? And how are all these people... Wait! I know some of them. That's Ruze and Dave and... Jade? With dog ears? I don't know the others, though. Wait, I know what's going on. They must be from the future. It's the only explanation, especially since we just did some time travel ourselves, thus proving magic to be real. Did you have something to do with this, Mr. Mailman? You shake your head. You're just as surprised by this nonsense as he is. It seems one or more people from this group have somehow obtained similar abilities offered by the hell treasure that you touched. I guess they're all from a few years in the future, when we were all a bunch of older, cooler teenagers. Maybe we all go to college together or something. Huh. Maybe that's where we make these 4 new friends. There's something familiar about all of them, but I can't put my finger on it. But why do we all look so ridiculous? Did I join a troupe of traveling street performers, thus following in the footsteps of my father? And somehow managed to rope everyone into the act, including Dave and Ruze, who almost certainly would think the idea was really stupid, even though it's clearly great and cool, while somehow also involving time travel? I don't know. I'm so confused. What are they even doing here? Did this really happen just outside my house 1 week ago without me knowing about it at all? What else have I been missing? How much more is there to know about the future adventures of me and my friends, which have been taking place in secret like this? I wonder if there's a lot more to my life than I ever could have imagined. Actually, I should probably be thanking you? If you hadn't told me my game got lost in the mail, I might have gotten way too hung up on it. That might have totally altered the trajectory of my life. Then I wouldn't get to go to whatever sweet adventures happen in the future that'll lead me to wear a bunch of silly pajamas and apparently speak with great authority in front of a group of very cool teens. You bow your head contemplatively, as if to say, you're welcome. You're welcome for your entire life and every cool thing that ever happens to you from now on. After some time passes, the group of teens seem to finish up whatever business they had in this yard and disappear into thin air. You guess that's the end of whatever that was. Since there isn't much point to staying here a week in the past, you decide to return John to the present moment. Zap. Huh. Well, that was interesting. We were a little too far away to hear what they were saying. I think I kept overhearing the word English. I wonder if some of those teens speak a foreign language. Was I teaching them English? Whew. This sure is some shitty speculation. It makes no sense at all. I guess the only thing to do is wait until I become that John, and then find out for myself. Sounds exciting, but also a little overwhelming. Damn. I'm gonna need to think about this. You watch as John spaces out for a solid minute, thinking about his absurd future. You glance toward that swing set, wondering if the fun times John had planned for you are going to continue to recede further into the distance as he comes to grips with his mysterious new destiny. You cough a little to snap him out of his stupor. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mailman. I know I said we could do something fun, but now I think I'm kind of in an existential mood. I should take a walk and think about what just happened today. I feel weird. It's nothing personal. I just need some space. Well, see ya. Vague existential crisis. The really sad part is in this reality that we just created, because every reality continues even without us in the Homestuck universe, this John is going to grow up thinking that he's going to become that John, but that's never going to happen because we threw away the game that makes him that John. Oops, this John's going to live a life of perfect mundanity, and he's always going to be anticipating when he becomes that cool John, and it will not happen. Tee-hee. Our bad. Oh, I can't go any further back? Whatever. That's kind of sad, isn't it, though? Can the non-Homestucks get an explanation? All right, Cooper, so to explain what just happened, that was an event in the actual comic that does not happen in the first part of the comic. Because Homestuck is metatextually aware of itself, at some point, John Egbert, this character, grows up a little. He gets 3 years older. He becomes a 16-year-old kid, gets godlike powers, and becomes a god tier known as the heir of breath, which means he's basically in control of all wind ever. Then he touches that weird house artifact that we touched after he gets taken into Doc Scratch's reality for a little bit. So he gets power over the narrative. Once he gets power over the narrative, he's able to go back and forth, not just through time, but through reality. So he goes back all the way to this moment in time when he was a 13-year-old boy before he played the game. He brings back other players from the game where they can speak in peace outside the view of Lord English, who is the Lord of Time, so they can discuss a method of beating him, okay? Basically, he gets the power to retcon the comic. Okay, anyway, here we go. Let's get back into it. Will there be a study guide? No. Well, that's enough existentialism for me today. No, it isn't. You better sit down. Let's go inside. When you enter the house, an overwhelming odor of freshly baked cakes hits you like a punch in the face. Wow. There's also a lot of clown bullshit in this living room. Clown statues, and you don't have time to take it all in because your buddy John is grabbing your hand and rushing you upstairs before his baking maniac of a father can emerge from the kitchen and catch you in the act. He slams the bedroom door behind you and breathes a sigh of relief. Wouldn't the study guide just be to buy the game itself? You'd probably want to read the comic, but that's a lot. That's like a lot. Is Homestuck still available to read online? Oh, I should have said this at the beginning of the stream. Let me just take a quick detour here to say that Homestuck is available online. There is the Homestuck fan project, which is a completely edited Homestuck version that has preserved all of the Flash games, all of the playable moments, and preserved it in the way you would have read it as it came out. So John's retconning affected the actual comic, and you will see him in the actual comic in panels he did not belong in if you go back to read the actual comic. So don't do that. Read the fan project because it pretends you start reading it when it started coming out, right? Also, it has like add-ons to remove a bunch of slurs in it and remove some problematic elements and other things. Personally, I do not always use those because I think that it makes some of the characters have less bite, and those characters being like unrepentant pieces of shit is part of their arc as they grow to stop being pieces of shit. For example, one of my favorite characters is Dave Strider. I know Dave Strider is many people's favorite characters, and the fan base has created this fanon image of him as this bullied ooh-woo baby who never did any wrong. But he was also a piece of shit with a lot of problematic opinions and attitudes. He grew out of it, but that arc wouldn't mean anything if he didn't start as a piece of shit, which he was. It is a massive undertaking to read it from scratch. But if you don't want, if you want to avoid seeing slurs or like derogatory remarks that have aged pretty fucking poorly, that were more or less commonplace, especially with kids around that era, download the fan project and then download the slur replacer. There's also a couple other cool add-ons you can add on there, like the music project, which allows you to play the Bandcamp tracks while you're reading, which is really fun because the comic itself obviously doesn't have like associated music except for the animated parts, like the 20-minute long animated Flash videos. The fan dubs are also a great way to intake it. That's true, actually. The devil works hard, but Homestuck fans work harder. Whoa. Yeah, the music from Homestuck goes absolutely fucking nutty. This fan base produced insane songs. Really good. Go listen to Gold Pilot. It goes. Gold Pilot fan is right. Toby Fox put out a bunch of good music for Homestuck. I think James Roach put out some pretty good tracks. There's a lot of really good Homestuck artists who don't get the credit they deserve for the amount of like work they put into this. Sunslammer goes hard. Let me think. Requited's really good. Iron Knight is really good. I really like Solix's initial theme. I can't remember what it's called, but it has a bunch of like Street Fighter sounds in it, which I think is fucking funny. Colors in Mayhem was just a really good album for sure. Yeah, Black Rose, Green Thumb. Oh, Dance of Thorns is so good. Sort of. Moonsetter was good too. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, Optic Blast. That's what his song is called. Optic Blast. Man, I wish we could do a troll today, but we can't. We can't do it. I can't get into the trolls. You're just gonna save it for next time. Savior of the Dreaming Dead is by far still one of my favorite Homestuck songs. Super duper good. Super great. Cascade's good. Megalovania, obviously. Technically not the original Megalovania. The original Megalovania was made by Toby Fox for a Earthbound fan game. The Megalovania that you hear is Vriska's theme. Was the one that Toby Fox then built on top of to make the theme for Sans and Undertale. So if you like Undertale, secretly, you like Homestuck. Okay, let's keep moving. Hard to catch a moment of peace around here. With all this adoring fatherly doting and round-the-clock cake production, I feel like I'm suffocating around here. It's not just because the thick aroma of Betty Crocker products makes me feel like I'm being gassed in a bakery. His dad goes to work, comes home, and bakes for his son. That's his hobbies. What a Chad. You're not sure what to say. You tentatively lift your arm, as if you're about to place it on his shoulder, but you hesitate. Is this an abusive domestic situation? You don't know you have enough information to make that judgment yet, but you are concerned about his dad. I'm just joking around. I mean, this bacon shit's all a bit much, but the clown obsession too, but I love my dad. He's great. Sorry, I didn't mean to give the wrong impression. That's a relief, you guess. Not that you weren't ready to jump in and be whatever kind of supportive friend this boy needs, but suddenly you notice a bunch of movie posters on the wall. Oh, wow. These are all really bad. Con Air? Con Air, are you here? You won't dare say such a thing to your new friend, though. You immediately begin lavishing praise on all of them, especially that one, which appears to be Makin me? Oh, for fuck's sake. When it rains, it pours, you guess. Nevertheless, you insist it is one of humanity's peak cinematic achievements. Makin me? You seriously like it? Personally, I think it's a piece of shit. I just have it up there because, oh, I don't even know why. Not even I can defend that film. Each his own, I guess. I'm happy to hear you like all the other movies, though. They're all incredible. You have good taste. Except for liking Mac and Me, though. It's complete garbage. Okay, you can admit you got a little overzealous there. Maybe dial it down a notch? You really don't have to try so hard. There's a moment of awkward silence. You hadn't really thought this far ahead, and apparently neither is John. There must be something you could do to both do to advance this friendship. You're starting to look self-conscious now. Poor friendless kid really doesn't know how to entertain anyone in his home, does he? You can see now that your friendship is needed now more than ever. You have to step up. So, what do you typically like to, Suddenly, something gets John's attention. It's coming from his computer. Oh, hey, can you hang on a second? My buddy Dave's pestering me. John settles behind his desk. I forgot Dave's voice. I haven't spoken as Dave in forever. Dude, what are you doing? Dave, you'll never guess what I'm doing right now. Are you opening the birthday present I got you? No. Sorry, Dave, but I think your present got lost in the mail. Unfortunately, I think it might be gone forever. John, what the fuck? Maybe you can just send me another one, whatever it was? Dude, no. The thing I got you was fucking priceless and irreplaceable. If it's lost in the mail, there's literally zero chance you'll ever see another one like it ever again in any shape or form. Wow. That sucks. Ah, well, whatever. To be honest, that's probably the fate it deserves. What was it? Never mind. It's just some more ironic trash from your best and coolest bro in the world. Just forget it. If I tell you, you'd probably be sad. It's gone. So this is a secret I will take with me to my fucking grave. Do you understand, Egbert? Yeah. That's fair. So what are you really up to? Are you playing that dumb game with Ruze yet? What? Oh. No. It got lost in the mail, too. It's also gone forever. Fun fact. Dave got John, somehow, the actual bunny from Con Air, one of his favorite movies. Holy fucking shit, John. I leave you alone for 2 seconds and everything goes to hell. This is why I can't stop pestering you for even a second. You just lose complete control of your life the moment I turn my back. How do you even know it got lost in the mail? Like, how can you even be formally verified in any way you haven't even been waiting for it that long? Because the mailman told me so. Damn it, Dave. Can you use punctuation so I can see where you paused, you bitch? What? Okay. I know I say this almost every day, but that actually is the dumbest thing I ever fucking heard. It's true. He was quite sure about it. First of all, John, mailmen don't know shit. They're just guys who walk around handing out letters and stuff. They have zero knowledge of the greater workings of the mail, let alone the specific fate of any given package. Unless there's a tracking number or some shit. But even then, the mailman isn't really the guy who deals with that. The only way a mailman would know for sure if something in the mail got lost if he was the one who fucking lost it. Or, like, deliberately fucking destroyed it. Between the game and my sweet present going missing, something smells goddamn fishy here. John, are you sure the mailman didn't just steal all your shit? Well, of course I am! I don't know, man. He wasn't even holding anything when I talked to him. Not even a mailbag. My alarm bells are going fucking haywire here. It sounds like this incompetent dipshit just lost all your mail and tried to cover his ass. No! Are you sure he didn't fuck it up somehow? Like get mailman stank on it and then in a fit of shame and panic, like buried it or dunked it in some smelly hole? Dave, this is insane. You're being so paranoid. Besides, aside from the birthday present, why do you even care? You think the game is stupid. You don't even want to play. Yeah, well, I was lying my ass off to sound cool and aloof. Of course I want to play this game. It's like this whole rad thing we were all going to do as friends, and now it's ruined. Aw. You're right. That is a shame. I'm sorry. I don't know. It was just some feeling I had that we needed to play this thing for, like, destiny reasons or some shit. Sorry to blow my cool cover and start sounding like Jade or whatever, but I'm kind of pissed off now. Especially now that I know that you won't get your sick bunny. Bunny? Forget I said that. Lol. Okay. Anyway, all that aggravating bullshit aside, what were you gonna say? Oh, right! I made a new friend! What? A friend? Bullshit. No, it's true! John, that is so unlike you. You don't have fucking friends. None of us do. We're all a bunch of total losers. I know that, but today's a different story. I think I might be branching out a little. Like, socially? Like turning a corner and becoming a valid and legitimate person. Well on his way to adulthood. Come on, Dave. Why can't you just be happy for me? Fine. So you hanging out with this person right now? Yeah, he's in my room, rummaging through my stuff? He's quite the character. Who is this guy? Please tell me he's not cooler than me. I couldn't handle that. He's not cooler than you. I know what he is, Dave. Okay. Thank God. So tell me about him. Well, you know the mailman I was talking about earlier? Yeah. Well, you see, it's the mailman. Jesus fucking Christ. What? John? No. What's the big deal? Do I even need to explain why a 13-year-old kid shouldn't become buddies with a fucking mailman and hang out with him in his room? Did your dad even know about this? Well, no, but I'm trying to avoid him. He's in one of his baking frenzies. You do realize this is the same guy who likely stole your game and my beautiful present, right? He probably sold them in the black market, or worse, he did something fucked up like flush them down the toilet. He didn't do that! Dave, it would make no sense to do that. You're being crazy! Okay, dude, but you're the one chilling with a random postal worker in your bedroom on your B-day. I'm just looking out for you. What sort of sick fuck would even want to come into your house? How old is this fucking guy anyway? Well, I don't know. He seems to be sort of ageless? Damn, Dave's really onto the meta narrative. Dave, you're so right, King. What? Dave, that's the thing. He's barely even a person. He's just a friend. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Listen, I don't expect you to understand. He's just a fun, harmless person who appears to have no particular defining qualities whatsoever. What is so crazy about that? Nothing, I guess. I don't even know anymore. Fine. Enjoy your new buddy. It is your birthday, after all, so you get to call the shots. So what's next on the agenda? What's he even doing now? Well, it seems like he's got a little bored while I've been talking to you, and he's spread out most of my belongings across my bedroom floor to examine everything. And now he's just messing with stuff. Like my magic stuff? It's actually pretty cute. I like this guy. John, I'm gonna run something by you. I hope I don't blow your mind or anything, but what if this guy isn't even a mailman? What? Dave, no. I refuse to accept that. Okay, then, genius, tell me this. What is he wearing? You said he has no defining qualities. Well, clothes are defining qualities. So what are they? Okay, he isn't wearing anything but a sweatshirt. But I didn't want to mention that because I knew how it would sound. I see. So, no mailman uniform. No mailbag. No, like, fucking mailman hat. Just no pants. Yes, but that's not weird or anything. I told you, he's like a pet? Shit, that's probably condescending. You know what I mean. Part generic person-y funny, person-y type guy, and part like just a fun, friendly sort of humanoid creature? I'm really not explaining this well. The point is, he said he's a mailman, and I believe him because he's my new friend. End of story. Okay, he's the fucking mailman. I don't even care if you think that. Fine. That's okay, whatever. So, like, cool. Guess we have a new friend. Do I get to meet the mailman sometime, or what? That's a good question. I hope so. I wouldn't be surprised if he found his way over to you. I can't put my finger on it, but something tells me he's a well-traveled fellow. You really think he's gonna well-travel his ass 2,000 miles over here to come visit me? You never know. Mailmen do get around, after all. Shit, that checks out, actually. Okay, I'm getting kind of excited now. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. I should probably get going. He's really going at it over there with all my bedroom crap. I don't want to be a rude host. All right, I'm going to leave you boys to it. Happy birthday, dude. Thanks, Dave. We did it! We made a friend! Dave approves as a watermark in the distance. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, the conversations are well written in this game, for sure. I really like the meta writing for the narrator, and I really like the conversational writing in this game. That is definitely a strong suit of Homestuck as a franchise. Their conversational writing is usually really good. How many endings are there? Too many. We did it. We beat John's route. We win. I love Dave. Dave's great. All right, who's next? I believe we are going with Ruze. Now, this is going to have a couple warnings that I do want to give you. Ruze is as alcoholism, underage drinking, neglectful parenting as themes. Okay? Okay. Now you know. Ruze's mom is an alcoholic. Sorry. Let me have a little sip before we get started. What about Dave's route name? A King's Feast of Ass. Something Beyond the Sky. Magic is fucking real. The loneliest girl in the world. Aw, poor Jade. Poor Jade. People like us. I have plenty of friends. Fucking cannons. How do they work? Great question, Gamzee. The scourge of the high seas. Begin the friendship process. A fair trial. Glimmering gold and cold iron. It is pronounced Aradia. They had to tell you that so you didn't fuck it up. The loneliest girl in Alternia. The loneliest girl in the world and the loneliest girl in Alternia. It came from space. Fight me, fuckboy. Life in the dream house. The call of leadership. That's right. Adventure! Friendship, wazard, and just go ahead now. Okay, but we're going to go with Ruze, shall we? You know, I really didn't like Dirk when I read Homestuck. But as I, I guess came into my own as a young man, I was like, maybe I associate with Dirk more than I thought I did, which is a real bummer. Wait a minute. Am I a sociopath? No, just kidding. We'll learn more about Dirk as we go forward. It's okay. Yeah, I associate with being so in my own head. Anyway, let's get back into it. Dave's still better. Dave is the Dirk I wish I could be. How about that? Jake was my least favorite. Yeah, same. Jake just didn't really stand out to me. Well, honestly, I really didn't like Jane much either, but I wasn't a huge... I think maybe my perception of Dirk was colored by the fact that I just really did not like the arc with the Alpha Timeline kids. I just didn't really enjoy that part of Homestuck. It was a slog for me. I didn't want to read it. I did, but it just wasn't my favorite. I think the redeeming feature of this whole arc was probably Roxy. Dirk was okay, but I think Roxy was mostly the redeeming feature of that arc. Ruze is very wordy. I like that Ruze is wordy. I think it's funny. Ruze is the Evanescence kid that everybody thought they were. Everybody wanted to be Ruze and failed. On the advice of your new friend, the court awaits your opinion on Vriska. Vriska's a real piece of shit. And no matter how much traumas she suffered, what she did was inexcusable. And the narrative would have been so much better had she stayed dead. I say this as somebody who understands. I know what your argument's going to be. She's a kid. She made choices based on flawed logic and a traumatized upbringing. I understand that. That does not excuse traumatizing others. Also, Vriska's entire narrative centered around her dying on the meteor. And when she came back, it undermined the entire narrative, all character growth she had, and once again made her a part of a story that really did not need her. She was incredibly well written as an incredible villain / anti-hero all the way up until the meteor, and that would have been one of the best narrative tie-offs ever. But they decided to ruin it by bringing her back. So, not my favorite. But I like Vriska up until the meteor, or up until she gets resurrected arc. Okay, let's keep it moving. On the advice of your new friend John, you go to visit one of his close comrades. Close, only figuratively speaking, since it seems she lives all the way on the other side of the country. I mean, you say she's not a villain. You're like, oh, she's not a villain. She's on the side of anti-hero. Disagree. She willingly, actively, intentionally created Lord English or facilitated the creation of Lord English. One part's because she didn't believe there was any way to stop it, which I guess understandable. And two parts because she thought she was strong enough to be the one to kill him. So it was okay if she made him because her killing him would inherently make everything bad she ever did. Okay. That is not only flawed logic, it is accepting the vast amount of deaths it would take to make Becknor just for the sole purpose of killing him so that you could feel like a good guy and everybody would have to accept you as a good guy. That's villain behavior. It is a spoiler. There's going to be a lot of spoilers. I do think she's an interesting anti-hero and an interesting villain, but she's definitely on the side, right on that edge of being a villain. Oh. Let's keep it moving, though. Let's keep moving on this, because I've already been going for an hour and a half, and I have this and 2 more arcs after this to get done with, and I'm trying to 100% them so you can see all the endings. That's no problem for you, though, since your new powers let you hop anywhere, anytime, even to places that don't exist. Well, you think your powers let you do that. You just have this distinct metatextual feeling that you could pretty much go anywhere at this point. You know that doesn't make any sense. There's nothing that doesn't make sense about friendship, though, and that's exactly what you're about to do. Friendship, that is. You're about to do some... Oh, hiccup. Hold on. Okay. Friendship, that is. You're about to do some friendship by making a new friend. Her name is, you check your notes, Ruze. This is her house, apparently. It was kind of weird and modern, and it's situated in the middle of the woods for no good reason that you can think of. Also, it's pouring rain, which is not what you would describe as ideal friend-making conditions. Still, nothing stops a mailman, not from delivering mail, nor from making friends. Rather famously, rain and other similar weather patterns provide no deterrent to the performance of his duty, and there is no duty more important than that of friendship. Suddenly, a woodland girl approaches. Who goes there? Oh, it's your new friend Ruze, obviously. There is literally no one else that this could be. Ah, that piano, that soft piano, let's go. I don't think Ruze's instrument is piano, though. Every kid has their own instrument leitmotif. I think John's is piano. I think Ruze is violin. Dave is the turntables, and then Jade is guitar. Acoustic guitar, I think. No, wait, just guitar. I think it's acoustic and electronic for Jade. Anyway, you introduce yourself. You were the cool mailman who John told her to expect a visit from soon. You would doff your mail hat to signal a friendly greeting, except recently you accidentally dropped it into a sewer along with all of your other mail-specific clothes as well as all the mail you were supposed to deliver, as you explained to her gratuitously in an unconvincing manner. It is not a great start, you admit, but you've done much worse. You are not a mailman. Yikes! You were busted almost immediately. You briefly consider whether you should double down on the lie and try to say something mailman-like, or whether the right call is to come clean since she's clearly too smart for this amateur bullshit. But it's taking a few seconds too long for you to decide, which looks guilty as hell. That's it. The jig is up. You slouch in defeat. You ask her if she would please consider not telling John. Your heart couldn't take it if he found out your entire friendship was based on a lie. You want me to keep a secret from one of my best friends, to protect the feelings of a random buffoon whom I've never met, and arbitrarily showed up to my house in the remote wilderness like a creep. No! No. Man, I guess today is the day you get owned by teens. She's totally right. What are you doing just wandering up to her house without even calling first? It's just totally disrespectful of her time. No need to self-flagellate. It was a simple suggestion to more critically examine your motivations and actions in the future. No. She's right. You're going. You zap away, aiming for a spot a half-mile away into the woods, where you can become properly soaked and miserable. But instead of trees, you find yourself standing in front of a bank of computers. Shit! You misfired. 413. An important day. Wait. You remember seeing a big structure off in the distance when you were in front of Rose's house. You figured it was just some sort of office building, but this looks more like a factory or a secret research lab. The computers show coordinates on a screen that don't mean anything to you. A countdown clock is frozen on 4:13. All of this has the trappings of a tableau someone set up for you to see. Thank you very much, Ren. I will buy gushers for everyone, and by everyone, I mean me. Hum, num, 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 num. Turning away from the screens, you wander down a long line of gleaming, thank you for being a bruiser, gleaming science fiction equipment. It reminds you of the pictures of old computers from the 1950s, the ones that took up entire rooms. You bet you could go back and visit some of those if you zapped hard enough. You wander through a whole maze of halls and wide, echoing rooms that aren't pictured because our art budget is only so big, but take it as a certainty that they are all very mysterious. Eventually, you circle back to that strange bank of screens. Nervously, you hit a few keys, tap a few fingers against the readouts. Nothing. It's all locked down. You think if you could only get those screens to unlock, you could unravel the secrets to life, the universe, and everything. Thanks, Sky Limit, for the 413! Or maybe it's your memories you were trying to unlock. Maybe then you'll understand the seething waters of this endless ocean of time and space intertwining in the... Meow? You turn around, expecting a cat. And you do get a cat. A very adorable black kitten, tiny and soft, with far more eyes than a cat should have. Aww. But the cat isn't the only thing here. Uh-oh. It's Rose's scary alcoholic mother. A woman in a sleek white lab coat and sensible heels holds the cat, pinning you to the spot with her gaze. Or at least you assume she is. Her hair is in her eyes and the light is behind her, so all you can see of her face are her painted lips. The Sorry, ma'am. You absolutely didn't mean to trespass in her secret science lab, and you actually aren't even lying. You really did just fuck up this time. The lady puts the cat down slowly, where it rolls onto its back and bats a paw playfully in the air. Aww. Cats are great, even mutant cats. Maybe especially mutant cats? This little guy should have a name. You think you'll name him Cryptid McWhiskers? Yeah, Cryptid McWhiskers is a great name. In fact, you can't imagine anyone ever naming this cat anything else. You hold out a hand to Cryptid McWhiskers and wiggle your fingers. It rolls back onto its feet and saunters over to you. It is as soft and fluffy as it looks, and its 4 eyes blink up at you with utter trust. At least this kitty will be your friend. The ominous clack of heels on cement reminds you that you and Cryptid McWhiskers are not alone. While you were busy with the kitty cat, the very intimidating and well-coiffed lady has walked over to the bank of screens. She presses a button, and it must have some sort of fingerprint recognition or retinal scanning, or maybe she's just better at things than you are, because it works for her. On the floor a few feet from you is a round gray protrusion, a platform on the floor. You saw it earlier, but you had no idea what it was for, so you just ignored it. What you don't understand can't hurt you, right? You think that's probably right. The intimidating lady presses a button on the screen, mouth turning up at the corners. A flash and a pop, like the pressure in the room changes. You feel it in your eardrums. A pumpkin appears on the round gray platform. Fuck. Aren't really sure what she's trying to say here. Maybe making a pumpkin appear out of thin air is impressive, but it probably would have been more so if you hadn't been popping in and out of existence all day. It's going to take more than a pumpkin to impress you. Pumpkin. What pumpkin? Wham. The lady shakes her head and hits another button. The pumpkin vanishes, and in its place is a tiger. Yes, you heard that right. A whole-ass tiger. Orange and black. Big teeth and big paws. For a second, the two of you just look at each other. Honestly, the tiger might be more shocked than you are. Kind of sucks to think about. One second, you're just chilling on the savannah, mauling antelopes and drinking at the watering hole. The next, you're in a secret lab in upstate New York, staring down at a very unappetizing-looking protagonist. Apparently, you are appetizing enough for it to want to get a taste, though, because it looks from you to Cryptid McWhiskers and back again. Then it charges. You try to book it out of there. The lady in the lab coat looms up in front of you. She's saying something. You strain to hear her. The tiger is right behind you. The lady or the tiger? At the last minute, you remember you have magic powers and you choose the third option, teleporting the fuck out of there. Oh, not again. You just zapped into yet another unknown building, although from the view of the window, you think you might be in Rose's house. Also, the fact that Rose turns the corner in the hallway and stops short, still in her rain gear. Her eyes are very wide. You wave awkwardly. That snaps her out of it. She stands up straight, sliding easily from shock to superiority. So you thought you'd just let yourself in. After wasting my time mumbling about the mail, a gaudy display of manipulative self-recrimination, and then popping out of existence to leave me asking myself if I'd finally lost my mind. You hadn't meant to do any of that, especially not that last part. She isn't losing her mind, unless both of you are losing your minds together. Rose looks you over. Finally, she seems to decide that you are for real. Your predilections towards mailman mimicry weren't all that John told me about. Oh? He also said that you had certain powers. Powers of teleportation and time travel. I told him that he must be mistaken, since it's a well-known and accepted fact that magic, although a popular and highly engaging subject of fiction, is fake as hell. Oh, your zappy powers. No, those are totally real and not fake. Real in a different way than you being a mailman is real, since that is actually very made up. She's still got her umbrella open. Hey, doesn't she know that that's bad luck? Luck is also fake as hell. You say you can do magic? Prove it. But she just saw you vanish out of her front yard. Like I said, I could be losing my mind. She could be losing it now at this very minute, but you see no point in arguing. You hold out a hand. After a moment of hesitation, Rose puts her fingers in yours. Her nails are long and sharp and painted a glossy black. She closes her eyes, and her umbrella droops. Should I picture my room or something similar? I'm not quite sure how this is supposed to work. She still thinks you're fucking with her. You tell her that you guess she can do that if that's what she wants to do. Zap! When you open your eyes, you find yourself in a large, messy bedroom. Oh. She drops her umbrella. You really did that. Her boots track muddy prints into the thick white carpet. Surprise! You really are magic! Rose puts a small hand against her perfectly painted black lips. Whoa, relax. Ain't no kid. Bullshit. Bullshit. You know that shit's cringe. You know that looks like the cover of some bad fucking emo album. No shot. Quick, hide your fanfics and your Cthulhu statues and your wizards and dragons. She seems momentarily lost for words, and you get the feeling that this is not a thing that happens very often. Her eyes are wide and deeply purple. Shit, me too. They're sparkling, you might even say. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. Stay here. Don't go out into the hall. It's not safe. You tell Rose to take her time. You're happy to just stand here dripping on her nice clean floor. She leaves the room and you take the opportunity to examine your surroundings a little more closely. The bed is unmade. Books are strewn over the floor carelessly, and a collection of half-drunk cups of coffee crowd the desk. What a little freak. Drinking coffee. Half-finished knitting projects lie in soft piles all over the room. In fact, there's a lot of evidence that this room is often occupied by someone with a lot of interest who has trouble settling down and putting her attention to one thing at one time. Hell, me too. Man, you relate. Not with interest, but with friends. You can't imagine settling for just one friend. Rose has a number of posters on her walls, although nowhere near as many as your friend John. A calendar hangs beside the window. Days ticked off with little X's, all the way up to the 413, which is circled. You step closer to read the year date in the corner. 2009. What the hell do you care about the date? You can make friends any day of the damn week, rain or shine, night or day. Rose sure is taking a while out there. She told you that it wasn't safe out in the hall. Maybe she hadn't just been quipping. Maybe she's actually in trouble. What should you do? Uh-oh! I'm gonna go save. And then I'm gonna go back to this and purposely fuck up real quick, okay? We'll come back to this. Let's go purposely fuck up. Yes. Yes, that is what you want. It's an interesting proposition, if for no other reason than its audacity. I admire your resolve in the face of humiliation. This doesn't mean we're friends, though. Oof. Rough. Well, that's fine. You're hopeful. Your mind is fuzzy, but you think you remember this. You're good at this. You are excellent at making people like you through underhanded means. You can't wait to take advantage of this 13-year-old girl's goodwill. Okay, wow. Not like that. Let's not be fucking weird. In fact, let that be the last creepy thought you have for comical purposes. S-grade jokes only. Let's all get our brains out of the gutter. Rose raises a thin brow. There's something unsettling about her deep violet eyes. You're pretty sure most humans don't have eyes like that, but what the fuck do you know? You're a stranger around these parts. Wait, aren't you a human too? Whatever. It's not a big deal. Not when there are friends to be made. Or something. Do you want to come inside? Unless I'm interrupting your internal monologue, of course. Far be it from me to ever cut short any sort of navel-gazing sidebar. It's just ever so slightly wet out here. You would absolutely love that, if it's not too much trouble, of course. You wouldn't want to put Rose out. I'm switching my Rose voice a bit, because I remembered I have to use that voice for Kanaya later. You're lying, though. You are 100% fine with being absolutely infuriatingly obnoxious if that means making a new friend. Rose purses her lips, considering. Your predilections towards mailman mimicry weren't all that John told me about. Oh? He also said that you had certain powers. Powers of teleportation and time travel. I told him that he must be mistaken, since it's a well-known and accepted fact that magic, although a popular and highly engaging subject of fiction, is fake as hell. Oh, your zappy powers. No, those are totally real and not fake. Real in a different way, since you being a mailman is real. Real in a different way than you being a mailman is real, since that is actually very made up. Is that so? Prove it. You shrug. Easy enough. You hold out a hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Rose puts her fingers in yours. Her nails are long and sharp and painted a glossy black. She closes her eyes and her umbrella droops. Should I picture my room or something similar? I'm not quite sure how this is supposed to work. She still thinks you're fucking with her. You tell her that you guess she could do that if she wants. You zap the two of you inside the big wait, huh? Does this end up the same no matter what? Holy shit, this ends up the same no matter what. Huh! Okay, well, here we are, gamers. We're back in it. Let's go! I'm gonna take a little sip, one sec. Ah, tasty. All right, so, well, at least we got the other side of that narrative with her mom. Her mom who summons tigers, I guess. I have not listened to any of the Let's Read Homestuck dubs. I regret to inform you that at least half of the, at least half, I would say about 25% of the trolls, I just borrowed those. I ripped those voices one for one right off of Octopimp. It is what it is. Let's go look for her. Fuck it. You are too anxious to sit still, and you aren't the sort of person who just sits there and waits for friend opportunities to fall into their lap. Better to run headlong into danger, or as much danger as a minimalist upper middle class house in the middle of the woods can offer. Ruze had told you that it isn't safe. You creep out into the hallway, where a bunch of things happen, more or less simultaneously. A deluge of quick-time events that you had no idea were coming. Lightning flashes in a window, jagged line across the tall window, in a perfect jagged line across the tall window at the end of the hall, followed immediately by a crash of thunder so loud you think the house might actually be falling down. Oh, you better believe you're getting the Octopimp Eridan. Abruptly, all of the lights go out. Ah! It's her mom. Another flash of lightning, and for a vertiginous moment, you see a long, thin figure superimposed against the window. You freak the fuck out, jumping about a foot in the air and yowling like a cat. A small hand lands on your shoulder, and you jump again. Calm down. It's just me. Ruze speaks in a normal tone of voice, and it's jarring. The house is echoey and cavernous, and there's just something about a dark house on a stormy evening that makes you want to whisper. I told you to stay put for a reason. It's too early for my mother to be sauced enough not to notice random strangers in her house, and I don't want you to go through the tedious process of explaining who you are. You have a perfectly understandable reason for why you left, and that reason is that you were lonely. Ruze snorts. Cold. You mean you were cold? Well, you are soaking wet. Follow me. She grabs you by the wrist and tows you down the hall. You wonder if you should warn her about the strange wraith-like creature you saw by the window, but you don't want to freak her the fuck out. Although her mom might be a risk too. Whatever, moms are tough. She'll be fine. This probably isn't the first time she's gone toe-to-toe with a weird Slender Man. This house looks haunted as shit. Ruze brings you to a dark laundry room, then motions you to take off your hoodie, which you do gladly because it's soaking wet. That's interesting. The design on the front. Does it mean anything? Oh, yeah. It is kind of cool. A blue line that zigzags on one end, like lightning. Looking at it makes you feel unsettled. You realize Ruze is still waiting for a response, so you just hand her the hoodie and tell her no. You're pretty sure it's just an abstract sign. Then you stand there while she tosses the sweatshirt in the dryer, feeling the alarming currents of memory in your bloodstream. You're sure there must be something you forgot to do. You continue to feel weird as Ruze hits the dryer button, and nothing happens. The hoodie we got from one of our friends in the last game, don't worry about it. You don't have to know about that stuff to enjoy this game. Fuck. She hits the button a few more times, as if that will make a bit of a difference when the power is out. She presses her thumb and forefinger to the bridge of her nose. Well, you aren't going to fit into anything of mine. She leads you down more long, dark hallways. Man, this house is unreasonably huge. You ask Ruze if a lot of people live here. No, it's just me, my mother, and a horde of liquids not soluble in water. Here, try not to drip on the carpet. You aren't sure how you're supposed to manage that, but okay. This room is large and dark, and when Ruze parts the curtains, a flash of lightning illuminates a 4-poster bed, a long counter, and a shelf covered head to foot in bottles. Ruze vanishes through another door, leaving you to peruse. This is all liquor. Shit, this is a lot of booze. Here, I'm not sure what you would want to wear, but this should work until the power comes back on and we can dry your clothes. Ruze hands you a long silk robe. She won't miss this. I don't think she's ever even worn it. She has this whole closet full of fantastic clothes that she never puts on. You take the robe and go into the large master bedroom. It's kind of a mess. The tub looks like it hasn't been cleaned in a long time. The robe gives you the same knotted feeling of familiarity that looking at your hoodie did, but you put it on anyway. It's a relief to get out of your wet clothes. You hang them carefully on the shower rod. When you head back out into the bedroom, you find Ruze standing in front of the wall of liquor. Liquor. She's holding a bottle of Grey Goose and squinting at the label, like she's trying to read the nutrition facts. I've often wondered what, exactly, the merits of consuming this are. It tastes quite literally like burning. She opens the bottle, and before you could protest that she is by no means the legal drinking age and wherever the fuck you are, she puts the bottle to her mouth and takes a sip. She splutters. Ah! That's terrible. You could have told her that. Straight vodka isn't for the uninitiated, even fancy vodka. You take the bottle from her. She hesitates for a moment, then lets it go. You set it back on the shelf. This really is quite an impressive liquor cabinet. Liquor wall, liquor room. Her mom must really have a refined palate. Don't strain yourself. You can say it. What's the point of mincing words? She's a fucking alcoholic. Wow. This is intense. I'm not sure if you're prepared for something this heavy. Maybe you were kind of counting on some sort of silly shenanigans. Maybe a couple funny jokes. You really aren't cut out for this. Alcoholism warning, by the way, everybody. Sorry. You get the feeling that at some point, you might have been cut out for this. You might have been the sort of person your friends, or your friends, or potential friends, could count on. In fact, you know on some level that this is true, but whenever you try to nail down any sort of specifics, you find a gaping lacuna in your experiences. It's all just white noise. Rose's shoulders slump as she stands surveying her mother's bottles. She doesn't even have the decency to hide her distasteful habits. Who needs an entire wall of liquor bottles? She doesn't have people over. She doesn't have any friends. This is all just for me. Just more of her passive-aggressive act as a femme fatale 1950s housewife with a death wish. She's just like the wizards. Wizards? Don't worry about it. You know how long it's been since I've had a home-cooked meal? And I'm not saying that I require or even deserve a lovingly crafted culinary masterpiece every time I sit down to eat. It's going a bit far. I know John complains about being plagued by fatherly concern every chance he gets. He is overwhelmed by pastries whenever he ventures from his room. I'm glad my mother doesn't poke a considerable nose into my private affairs. But I'm sick of eating oatmeal. Rose! I told you. Don't worry about it. But you will worry about it. You worry about all your friends. All... 2 of them. Rose smiles with half of her mouth. It seems to be about all that she can manage. Lightning crashes. She looks so small and sad against this wall of bottles. You know how to fix this. Thunder rolls and you clench your fist. A friendship clench. You don't know who you are. You don't know why you're here. But you do know that surely you have these powers for a reason. And what better reason than helping a poor young girl with her troubled home life? Rolling up your floppy sleeves, you get to work. What are you doing? You start with the dark liquors first. In your experiences, those cause worse hangovers and are more likely to contribute to the absence of hot motherly meals and the overconsumption of oatmeal. You grab 2 bottles of rum and 1 of the bourbon, which you tuck it under one armpit. Then you zap out of the house and into a clearing in the nearby woods a couple of hours ago before it started raining. You drop the bottles and go back for more. You just stealing all of my mother's liquors? Is this your solution to her alcoholism? Don't worry, Rose could thank you later. Flashing warning, sorry. You go for the tequila next, then the vodka. Then you get sick of this organized approach and just start grabbing whatever the fuck and dumping it into the past. Rose watches you do this for a while. Then she hops up on the counter, crosses her legs, and starts texting. Wow, she's really so intent on her conversation that she isn't even noticing you fixing her domestic situation. She keeps giving you little fleeting looks, and you're pretty sure she must be talking about you. You should just let her talk. It isn't right to try to invade your friend's privacy. You attempt to resist the temptation, which you fail at immediately. Not even an overused meme can save you. You zap behind her onto the counter where you can spy on her private correspondence. Fuck. Let me think. Oh, I don't know anything about them. I'm sorry. Here was me trying to take advantage of your uncanny ability to make guesses verging on prognostication. I'm recently considering a reevaluation on magic. You don't know who this person is. Maybe you should just... You go back in time a couple minutes to when Rose started her conversation. Your past self is busily zapping back and forth carrying liquor bottles. You hunker down so you don't see yourself and cause a paradox or whatever the fuck. Tentacle therapist began pestering Garden Gnostic. Out of a morbid curiosity to shine a light on my future, I came with metaphorical hat in hand to ask you to consult your dream clouds. Do you happen to know anything about a strange cardboard cutout creature masquerading as a mailman? Are you sleeping? Sorry, I have to scold Beck. She's been acting really weird all of a sudden. Anyway, is this the same mailman that John was talking about? The fake one who hung out with him? That's the one. They're currently emptying my mother's liquor cabinet in an attempt to prevent her from overindulging herself. Oh, are they drinking it? No, I think they're just dropping it into the woods with their magic powers. Oh! Do they know she could just go out and buy more liquor? That's something you could do where you live, right? Yes. Well, not exactly where we live, I think the nearest boozery is a good 20-minute drive. I'm not actually entirely sure where my mother got it all. We don't own a car, as far as I know. Sometimes it just seems like she has the ability to just make things appear. I don't know anything about them. I'm sorry. And here was me trying to take advantage of your uncanny ability to make guesses verging on prognostication, as I am recently considering a reevaluation on magic. I'm still pretty sure magic is fake. At least the kinds of magic you're talking about. There's probably just some real magic out there somewhere. Yes. For instance, the sort that lets you spy on your hostess's private correspondence while you're still stealing her mother's libations. You freeze. With a contrite zap, you reappear in front of Ruze. She sets her phone down and props her chin up on a delicate fist. Sorry. You honestly don't know what got into you. You just couldn't resist using your power for evil. Haven't you heard that with great power comes great responsibility? Ruze is right. She's totally right. You've only had this power for like a day, so you still aren't used to the idea of being able to just zap all over the narrative. Clearly, you did not appreciate the implications. Zapping all over the narrative sounds potentially stressful. Oh, you bet! You are incredibly stressed right now. Ruze laughs. You apologize to her for stealing all her mom's drinks. That was kind of overzealous of you. No, naturally, I thought it was hilarious. I've never really been one for pranks. That's always fallen more in John's wheelhouse, but there's nothing wrong in occasionally stepping outside of one's comfort zone. Let's do the vodka next. The two of you get working together to get the place cleared out pretty quick. You zap Ruze along with you to the bright clearing in the field, and for a moment, she just stands in a sunbeam, blinking up at the cloudless sky. Her expression says she still might not be totally convinced any of this is actually happening. When all the liquor has been transferred from the bedroom to the woods and a big glittering dragon's hoard of booze, you and Ruze fall down next to it in a messy heap. Well, you fall into a messy heap. Ruze lowers herself daintily, sitting more on her knees than on her butt, probably to keep her skirt from getting dirty. You get the idea that even though she lives in the middle of nowhere, she doesn't spend a ton of time outside. You tell her again that you're sorry you spied on her correspondence with her green friend GG. Also, you hope she isn't going to get in trouble with her mom. I'm not unduly concerned. I'll tell her where it all is in a couple days. Although by that time, I'm sure at least a good third of it will be water damaged. I'm sure this will have fantastic implications for our relationship and not at all exacerbate the emotional problems underlying her addiction. You laugh awkwardly. Well, now you kind of just feel like an asshole. Ruze lies back on the grass and raises a hand to trace the curves of a fluffy white cloud. She closes her eyes. Perhaps it's just projection on my part, or wishful thinking. But ever since I met you, I feel like something has changed. Or rather, something has failed to change, if that makes any sense. It's probably nothing. Her eyes flicker back open, endlessly purple. Fixed on the skyline, she can see something beyond it. Like she could see something beyond it. And once again, you feel that there's something really crucial that you forgot. But at least you made a new friend. And even if you don't think Ruze's brand would ever allow her to call you as such, you're lying in a sunny clearing next to a pile of alcohol. And honestly, it doesn't get much friendlier than that. Victory! We made a friend. Oh, we only just made it halfway, Jankin. You better get ready. All right, let's go back real quick and fuck up. We gotta stay in the room. We gotta stay put instead of leaving. Oh no, I can't. Oh no, and the autosave's not there. Did I save it? Yeah. No, I overwrit. No. Well. Okay, that's okay. We'll just speedrun it. Hold on. Victory. Stay put. Okay, here we go. Oh no! Your patience pays off almost at once. Ruze is back and looking significantly more put together. Also, she's brought you a towel. Yeah. I'm not overly attached to anything in here. It's mostly just childish nonsense I haven't yet bothered to rid myself of, but I'd appreciate it if you tried not to drip on any of those notebooks. She's changed out of her raincoat and boots, and she's dressed in a neat black shirt and a white skirt with a purple... Wait, neat black skirt and a white shirt with a purple blob thing with tentacles? What is it with these kids and their blob shirts? Now that that's dealt with. Good luck, Linka. The VODs will be up. You'll be all right. Please, sit down. She crosses her legs. You suddenly feel like you're at a job interview. Friend interview? You wish you were a little less damp. Actually, let's switch places. You're still pretty wet. You don't want to get her bedspread messed up. Don't worry about it. That's what washing machines are for. Now, let's talk about magic. Which up until now, I have always taken for granted as being something confined to storybooks. Rose takes a wistful look toward her bedroom window, grayed over and blurry with raindrops. You get the feeling that she's doing it for effect. Maybe that's why she wanted you to switch places with her. Rose is, if nothing else, very dramatic and would absolutely ask you to switch places so that she could look longingly out a window to sell a line. And then comes you, the not a mailman with a penchant for showing up and attempting to make friends with unwitting children. Well, fair. She's got you there. But honestly, she might be a child, but she really doesn't seem to be unwitting. On the contrary, she's really quite witting. Witty? I'm glad you noticed. She folds her hands and clears her throat. You think that if she had any notes, she would definitely be shuffling them right now. And so, the question remains, are you a good witch or a bad witch? Or are you a wizard? We've already established that you are not a public servant. Is there a difference between a witch and a wizard? Of course there is, but exactly how specific of a difference can vary. According to some works of fiction, a wizard is just a witch's male counterpart, but in certain mythologies, for instance Arthurian legend, the differences appear to be class-based. Wizards reside at court and are classically trained, while witches are self-taught and run wild through the forest. I won't deny that those differences tend to often be gendered as well. You ask her which one she is, a witch or a wizard. Me? Rose shifts, uncrossing and recrossing her legs. You shrug and say she just seems to know a lot about him. I know a thing or two. But can I tell you a secret? Oh my god, Rose. She has no idea how much you would love to hear her secret. I find them... wizards, I mean. Utterly reprehensible. They disgust me. Everything from their foppish robes to their grizzled beards. It's my mother who is the wizard enthusiast in this house. Although... She glances from side to side, theatrically. Most of the things Rose does seem to be at least a little bit theatrical. She kneels on the carpet beside the clutter of books. I don't show these to many people. Naturally, I haven't shown them to anyone. Not even John? John seemed to be a pretty cool guy. Definitely a guy worth sharing a few secret notebooks with. Rose laughs. No, I haven't shown them to John. I've only shown Strider, and to punish him. You nod, pretending that you know who this Strider person is. You are a totally normal dude with an absolutely ungodly number of friends. A shadow moves through the center of you, a trembling moment of deja vu. You do have a lot of friends. Don't you? That feels true. The only people you know here are John and Rose. Weird. You try to put it to from your mind and listen to Rose again. She's still talking about this mysterious Strider, flipping through one of the journals. Too quickly for you to see anything specific, only that it is full from cover to cover. As if my modest writings are the sole source of homoerotic tension in his life when his brother is the one who insists on filling their home with a sort of dick butt for ironic purposes. Rose rolls her eyes. Oh boy, you missed the beginning of that. It probably made way more sense than it seemed like. Rose is searching through her notebooks, checking markings on the spine that seem to be sort of cataloging system of arcane symbols. Where is... oh right. She does something quick and complex with her fingers, and another notebook pops into existence and falls into her lap. You gape. She really is a wizard! What? No, it's just a Silodex. A child could use one. Here. This notebook has a couple drawings in it. Oh, by the way, that is her referencing the fact that the inventory system exists in this reality, just bog standard. They do not consider it magic. They just have an inventory system and can pop items out of it. This notebook has a couple drawings in it, but most of it is filled with small, neat handwriting in lavender ink. Is Rose writing a book? No, don't be silly. I'm writing 4 books, at least. 5, depending on whether I decide to flesh out Calmasis' backstory. It isn't strictly necessary, but it does add a certain amount of valuable character insight, which renders their actions in later volumes more sympathetic. Not that I need all of my anti-heroes to be sympathetic, I'm just thinking of what the literary reviewers would say. You nod. Smart! You would never have thought of what the literary reviewers would say. She is honestly pretty impressive for someone of her age. Age has nothing to do with it. But don't get carried away. It's only a rough draft. You ask her if you could take a look. She hesitates, but you doubt she would have shown it to you if she didn't want you to look. What the hell. If you can't trust a strange spherical imprint you met outside in the rain, who can you trust? Right? Your thoughts exactly. Rose hands you the notebook and you open it at random, letting fate guide your hand. Priglish bothered his beard, as if unkinking a hitch in a long silk windsock. A more pedestrian audience would parse the exhibit as nervous compulsion, behavior to petition contempt among the reasonable. He was, however, not surrounded by the reasonable, but the wise.
A distinction in men that would forever be the difference in history's garland of treasured follies. As a matter of fact, his cadre of fellow wizards were all putting similar moves on their beards as well. The practice would evince thoughtfulness, sagacity, even, if they didn't do it all the time. Standing in line at the bank, shooing squirrels from bird feeders, few occasions were safe. Zazapan inspected the clue. A single piece of evidence cradled in his coriaceous old man palms. It was a human bone. Not striking in the tale it told alone so much as that told by the thousands like it festooning the marshy soil of this mass grave. The grisly expanse bore the texture of a decadent desert, like one of Smarny's formidable custard trifles wobbled out on wheels for the holidays, to the dismay of a small nation.
"You're certain of this?"
asked Friglish. Despite what he was doing with his beard, he was, in fact, immersed in meaningful contemplation.
I am afraid I am becoming more so with each terrible tick groused by that gaudy timepiece slung around your neck.
In case it wasn't clear, Friglish wore a clock Zazapan didn't care for. It was magic.
The massacre of Seer's Nelf was not as written. Wow! This is pretty dense, but smart. You stroke your own imaginary beard and pretend to ponder the deeper meaning. Yes. Intriguing. Zazapan and Friglish. Clearly, there's some history here.
Yes, clearly. But what the two of them shared went beyond simple romance. That's why it has gone so spectacularly sour.
Rose becomes increasingly more animated as she tells you about her gay wizard OCs, like she is far more interested in them than she is in herself.
They share an intellectual bond, a mutual dedication to the knowledge and the preservation of such. The goal of the learned is to amass their wisdom and keep it from general dissemination into the main populace of wizards. They feed it to their apprentices in drips and drabs. Of course, this will eventually lead to ruin.
Yeah, of course. You flip further in the book, searching for the parts where it leads to ruin. Ruin sounds interesting.
Zazapan knew he would see his wayward apprentice again. Knew it like he knew the tide would turn and the sun would blaze to its zenith as each inexorable day passed. Now they stood diametrically opposed across an overgrown chessboard. His apprentice's eyes were hidden behind dark glasses, but Zazapan knew that if he could see them, they would be riddled with the madness of the void. Cal Masis wasn't here for justice or for revenge. They were here exclusively because Zazapan had something they wanted, something they were owed. You flip through the notebook, checking out the drawings. There are a lot of wizards, each more bearded and venerable than the last. One of the pictures, the most recent, maybe, since it's on the very last page of the journal, is of two young wizards. Twins, maybe. They have gray hair and are wearing slick green suits and are standing back to back with their arms entwined, staring into the middle distance. It's very anime. You compliment Rose on her artistic prowess. Yes, thank you. They're all right. I'm a much better writer than I am an artist.
You tell her you think she's really good. Way better than you. You're absolutely positive she's going to be famous one day.
I appreciate the encouragement, even though I know you're just trying to flatter me due to your strange thirst for affirmative experiences. John told me all about that.
Damn. Busted. But you really do think she's talented.
It's fine. It's not as if my social calendar is overfull out here in the middle of the woods. Don't tell anyone I said that I don't have many friends. And don't tell them I've been drawing. You'd only be insufferable.
He?
Never mind.
You assure Rose that her secrets are safe and hand back her journal. You were really excited about your new friend, if you might be so bold, and her wizard stories. Although, wait, hadn't she said that she hated wizards?
What's your point?
Well, you're no expert on wizards or on Rose, but it seems like she actually does seem to like them, because she has several notebooks full of wizard fiction. You aren't trying to get, real here, but maybe it's possible her mom isn't the only one in the family who likes wizards. Rose pulls her book out of your hands. That and the rest of the books vanish into thin air. Oh, right. That must have been what did she call it? Silodex? She doesn't look angry exactly, but the lines around her mouth and eyes that softened as she talked about her book have hardened back up. Her eyes glitter menacingly.
Oh, is that right, Freud? Well, why don't you diagnose me?
Oh, hey, wow. You weren't trying to be condescending or whatever.
Clearly. Were you aware that it is a common psychological phenomenon for an individual to react to trauma by creating fictional representations of that which has caused them bodily harm or emotional dismay? To suggest that the portrayal of those fictional renderings somehow condones them or supports them is absolutely absurd.
So what she's saying is that she draws wizards to cope. Rose rises regally to her feet. The lightning turns her into an ethereal silhouette.
What I'm saying is that I don't need to justify my fictional predilections to you or to anyone else.
Well, no, she's totally right. You're sorry that you suggested she might like wizards. It was horribly presumptuous and not at all the way a friend should act. You are so sorry. You promise it will never ever happen again.
No, I don't suppose it will.
It's probably just because Rose's hair is such a pale blonde, but it almost looks like she's glowing in the dim bedroom. Like light behaves a little differently around her than it does everything else. Psst, spoiler. Her god tier is the Seer of Light, and she does have light powers later. Wink!
Would you look at that? It appears the rain has lightened up a bit.
The rain is hitting the window so loudly, you're actually having trouble hearing her talk.
And your point is? You can just zap yourself out to wherever the weather is drier. Fuck off.
Go zap yourself. Bad ending. I got you covered. Any nickname, no problem. I will say for the people who are just now getting here, if anybody hasn't been here since the beginning, this is not Homestuck. This is a side game based around the characters in Homestuck. Homestuck is significantly longer and has a much more in-depth narrative with a lot more lore and things to keep track of. This is more or less just like a think of it like a dating sim, but instead of a dating sim, it's a friend sim. You're just trying to make buddies out of the characters in the game. I do like all the references to their god tiers and stuff. Hell yeah. Maybe one day I'll read Homestuck as like a Batsu or something. Maybe on 413 I'll have a Homestuck endurance stream. All right, we're making pretty good progress. I might, let me, hold on. I'm gonna have a little sip of this real quick. 1 second. It is time for Dave. You're right. And then last but not least is Jade. Hey, you're good. No worries. All right. Real quick, Dave is a funny guy. He's very funny, but he's also, I don't know if they touch on this a lot, but he is very much a 2009 kid from Texas who says some heinous shit. He says shit to get a rise out of people. He's got a pretty shitty home life. I'm going to let you know that immediately. So, tagged with abusive guardian. And, I don't know if this is touched on or not, but I'm pretty sure his older brother who takes care of him makes, like, puppet porn for a living. So, tagged with that as well. Sorry. You're not going to see any of that, but it's heavily implied, so I'm warning you now, so you could tab out. They will not show any of that, obviously, but the effect that has on Dave as somebody who has to grow up dealing with somebody, like, having that in the house is there. So, sorry, it exists. So Dave is a little bit of a fucking weird kid. All of these kids are a little fucked up in their own ways. Oh, also his brother kicks his ass on the daily because he thinks he's training him to be an epic ninja. So there's that too. Okay, let's do it. And I do mean on the daily. They have actual knockdown, drag out, like, fights to the point of, like, breaking bones or cutting Dave because they fight with, like, you know, sharpened live blades. Let's be real. As much as you enjoy your new friends, they all seem a little lonely. Like, maybe they don't have any friends because the ones they talk to are online. Is online friendship a reasonable alternative to more traditional face-to-face friendship? Are relationships, and dare you say, families, that you choose, not just as important, if not more so, than those that you are able to touch and feel? Damn, maybe you're being a little too real. You decide not to think about it too hard. But if you're being honest with yourself, maybe you aren't terribly interested in the greater context of found family and interpersonal relationships in the instant message era. You've got a fever, and the only cure for this disease, called friendship, is to mildly inconvenience a few teenagers. As much of a delight as it's been to make a young boy face his existential future, rob a woman of her booze stash, and then self-reflect about the value of contextual relationships, it's all felt a little heavy-handed. What you need is an emotional palate cleanser. There are 2 kids left on this tour de force, and both sound like they'd make exquisite friends. Time to go full-on easy mode here. You've heard so much about this guy, you feel like you got this one in the goddamn bag. With confidence, you zap yourself onwards. I think so, Hazel, but I'm not sure. I also really like Dave. I associate with that character a lot. I think that, like, in many ways, his arc was a reflection, for reflecting on my own life and, maybe reflecting on people that I idolized that I thought were really cool and realizing that some of it wasn't really cool. And also reflecting on what I thought was, like, being cool and stoic, not having interests into, you know, who I am today. Somebody who I hope is very, very forward about their interests and unabashedly, happily cringe and or, what is the word I'm looking for? Unironic. I don't like things ironically. I just like things. Hell yeah, Lainey. The wonders of growing up. I, too, much like poor Mr. Strider, put on a mask as a boy and tried to pretend to be something I wasn't or pretend to be uninterested in everything around me for the sake of being accepted by my peers. Or, at the very least, acting like I didn't care if they were going to mock me for the things I did like. What am I looking at? Oh. Damn, you really landed right in front of him, huh? Hold on, let me have a little sip of this. It's getting toasty in here, which is appropriate because Dave's out here in the sweltering summer heat of Texas in midsummer. You know what? I'm going to crack open a stamina potion. Fuck it. Why is Texas on fire? The meteors are coming. Stamina. Oh, you're already here. Wherever here is, it is blisteringly hot. You nigh instantaneously regret your choice of apparel. Why did you instinctively put your hoodie back on over this robe? Gown? You the mailman, a male person? This must be Dave. Rose mentioned he talked a lot, and as you start to explain, it becomes apparent he is having this conversation at you, not with you. Wow, it is unbelievably humid out here. Person adjacent. Anyway, Egbert told me you'd show up eventually, which I never doubted for a second, since one of the core tenets of the United States Postal Service is that you visit 4 extremely specific and spread out teenagers while sweating all over yourself. Practically a crime to not be increasingly moist while out here delivering letters on the roof of a skyrise, which, as you know, is the most effective and legal way to drop off the post. Clammier than a New England potluck and wandering around on the roof with no package. It is actually really cool how much this kid seems to talk at you, but you are barely listening. Has the sun always been that red? Has the sky always been that wavery? Are you all right? You are hardly all right. You tug at the collar of your soggy mess of a hoodie. This is an overwhelming, oppressive heat. An almost impenetrable air fills your lungs as you try and take a series of shallower and shallower breaths. The world fades to white. When you wake up, you're sitting propped up on a cheap futon in front of a large television. A rough approximation of a person does an elaborate series of controlled falls culminating in what you can only describe as skateboarding for assholes. On your left, Dave exists in a quantum state that is both somehow sitting and laying down, but also neither. With the precision of a Swiss watchmaker, he deftly presses a series of buttons that makes the awful polygon man on his screen T-pose and fall face forward onto the ground. Seconds later, his skateboard flops helplessly next to him. He doesn't look away from the screen as he speaks. So, I guess you lived. It's not that I'm invested, but John might be sad. Classic John. You try and emulate his incredibly casual body language as you slide your body down the futon. Your legs already barely reach the ground. Oh god, it's Lil Cal. Lil Cal. Yeah, that guy's a dork, but I taught him everything he knows. You ask him if he taught him how to be a dork. You affect a completely uninterested face, as though the sickness of your third-degree burn is not the single most exciting moment in your entire life. God damn. Owned in my own home. Owned within an inch of my life. I'm on the edge, reaching out that hand of friendship, and this chucklehead, long live the king's me. Thousands of gazelles trample my useless body as Jonathan Taylor Thomas's persona watches on. Who will raise Simba now? Who's gonna teach him about combat, philosophy, life? By the way, I put your nasty sweatshirt in the shower. Okay. The shower or dope? Dope. Both of these are terrible options, but yeah. Do I want to ask who Lil Cal is? If you really want the spoilers, just real fast. Lil Cal is a puppet who is inseparable from Dave's older brother who raises Dave. Lil Cal is a puppet that Dave's older brother is superhuman. In case you're wondering how he's able to do these things, you'll notice that most of their guardians, due to the perception of this narrative being perceived from a child's viewpoint, are all incredibly powerful. So, Dave's older brother can move so fast, you literally cannot see him. At any given moment, he does not interact with Dave. He just teleports around the room at light speed, basically, like the Flash, and moves items to interact with Dave. So he'll move Lil Cal in front of Dave, wherever Dave's walking, and then he'll, hide notes in random places, and booby traps and things like that. Lil Cal is the inseparable buddy of Dave's older brother, who Dave's older brother uses as sort of like a spokesperson, but is also simultaneously the entity that allows Lord English into this reality. Lord English being the unstoppable demon of all time that technically exists at all times, always, everywhere, but needs this bad juju doll to exist in whatever reality he wants to manifest in. This doll unfortunately gave Dave tons and tons of terrible clown nightmares for his entire childhood because it emanates terrible magics from it at all times. It is very cursed. Okay, anyway, here we go. We're going to say dope, because I think that's cringe and funny. Yeah, if you explain any simple thing in Homestuck, it turns into a big, long thing. Dave's older brother is a fucking freak. Dope. Hell yeah, Stardust. Thanks for popping in, and good luck at the gym. You are definitely the sort of person who says dope often and casually. You tell him, dopely, that you are a person who is not caught up in the small details of decorum or personal propriety. In fact, it doesn't bother you at all that he took your only worldly possessions and tossed them in a shower while you were unconscious. What's some light corpse looting among bros? Okay. While it dries, you can wear one of my bros' shirts. He usually has a fresh stash hidden in here. Dope. Tight. Sick. Nothing weird about hiding some shirts in the living room. Just gonna have a look-see. Holy shit, there are a lot of puppets in here. Yeah, dude, puppets on. Enough said. My bro's got the market cornered on puppet-based endeavors. Backed up against the wall like a feral beast hissing for more plush-oriented content. Little guy's probably just scared. Just wants to protect his nest and mouth-to-mouth feed his babies. Only the choicest puppet smut for a reasonable fee. What the fuck does any of that mean? You look back to Dave, but he's on his phone. God damn, that is so cool, actually. There's something weird about this whole setup that you just can't quite put your finger on. For one, you can't seem to find any secret shirts anywhere. It's all just puppets and plushies and DJ equipment. Oh my. Yeah, with my bro, you have to think of the potential for ironic payoffs. That guy's always one step ahead. Just when you think you got it figured out, it was all just some trap to make you think you'd gotten his goat. But that goat is long gone. Makes you think maybe there never was a goat. Maybe it was some other barnyard animal all along. You've been duped into looking for a goat like some dumb asshole. Or maybe the goat gets you. Really subvert the whole thing. You take a second to wonder if he really is using the term ironic correctly in this instance, but dictionary definition, yes, a goat getting you is the opposite of how the situation should go. Thank God you settled that. As you were about to reassure Dave that this joke tracks, you catch some movement in the corner of your eye. Was that a camera? Oh. Was that a camera? It couldn't have possibly been a camera. Oh. Nope. There it is again. There is a camera coming out of the ice dispenser. Oh, yeah, and Dave's older brother films constantly in their house, either so that he can have his shitty content for his creepy website where he sells puppet porn, or so that he can always keep an eye on Dave at all times. So Dave also literally has never had a moment of privacy in his entire existence, if that tells you about how fucked up his upbringing was. It whirs softly as you approach. Its mechanical eye trained on you. How long has this thing been watching? Is this Dave's? You lean in to take a closer look, but your foot catches on something. You fall flat on your face. Dave seems too engrossed in the conversation he's having on his phone to pay you much mind, occasionally mumbling something out loud a few times before presumably typing it out. You search for whatever it was that made you beef it so royally. You know, beef it. Like, fall down? That is a real phrase that humans definitely say. A small tripwire stands taut a few inches off the ground. You must not have disturbed it enough to set off whatever contraption it's attached to, apparently. Oh, yeah. Sometimes they're more of a psych out. You think, oh, fuck me, I definitely beefed it, which is a phrase that is real. And then you sit there waiting on bated breath, prepared to be fuck deep in velvety marionette dick. But it never comes. You go out the rest of your day just waiting for the payoff from your dipshit mistake. And it never comes. Damn, this boy living in full constant paranoia. You wake up in cold sweats for weeks, yearning for a release that'll never find you, and then it hits you. You've been fucking bamboozled by the master yet again. There's no elaborate booby trap. No Rube Goldberg device set to enact a series of complicated shenanigans ultimately resulting in being buried alive in Kermit the Frog's plush amphibious dong. Beautiful, really. Damn, bro. You live like this? I mean, yeah, I guess. Keeps me on my toes. Heels never even met the ground. A prima, a ballerina with a head full of dreams and nothing to lose. God's gift to Plies ripping a straight tasty Torin lair for my adoring fans. They go apeshit for this sort of thing, but it's just another day in the life for danseur extraordinaire Dave Strider. Haven't fallen for a trap like this since I was a baby. Trained. Real rookie mistake, mailman looking tired maybe. Drained. Oh my God, is he mumble rapping at you? This is the greatest day of your life. Got more plush ass than a puppet lost and found. King Strider drops the illest fires cause heavy is the crown. Rhyming puppet with puppet. Call that puppet rhymes. Killing all ventriloquist puppet on puppet crimes. He goes on like this for some time with what could be described as bars of a similar caliber. The narrative focus shifts to your inner thoughts out of necessity because it turns out writing raps is really hard. He isn't exactly great, but you're not really a rap expert despite what your social media opinions might imply, unless you count Hatched to Dance, which of course you do. Why wouldn't you? Wait, what? What does that mean? Why did you think that? The whole scenario feels a little weird and familiar to you. All of these kids feel familiar to you. You learn something new about Dave and you feel like you already sort of know it. You can't really place it. Despite having met Dave no less than half an hour ago, something feels just slightly off about him. Something about his actions feels so performative in nature, like he's pantomiming in front of an audience. As Dave continues to rap, you remember that you are in front of an audience. You cast a glance over to the camera, but also to the hundreds of stuck little creatures staring at you with their lifeless eyes. Hold on, I got a hiccup. 1 second. We're gonna leave Dave mumble rapping in the background while I have a sip of my stamina potion and hiccup. Holy shit. Blue Riverbane, you just hit me with the most shocking and terrifying and horrible realization I've ever had in my life. Those poor family vlogger kids are just Dave Strider. Literally never a moment of peace in their life. Holy shit. They're just Dave Strider without the physical abuse and random ninja stars flying out of your fridge when you just try to go get a pizza roll. They're Dave Strider without the threat of death from his older brother. Oh my God. They also have to be performative at all times. Holy shit. Wow. I can't believe I live in a dystopia where Homestuck traumas became real. I've got to fix this timeline, but how? How do I stop these family vloggers? Homestuck really definitely predicted everything that could possibly go wrong in this universe. That's wild. Thanks, Ronnie. Yep, once the ICP ballot hits and they, petition for duo presidency, that's when I know the batter witch is coming and we're in the wrong timeline. Fun fact, there is a timeline. Canonically, in the comic, it's actually Dirk's timeline, where Dave becomes a famous Hollywood actor and fights the insane clown posse and an alien empress as they try to conquer the Earth together. I'm not shitting you. That's canonical. Makes sense. Yeah, it does. Anyway. Amidst your revelation, we check back in on Dave because I'm getting paid to write this, so I should probably make with the fucking jokes already. Master of my tool, I'm the ace. Hardware. Got more hoes than a gardener. Yard care. Nice. The chaotic and surreal energy of this scene sends a shock of nervous energy down your spine. You feel alarmingly nude without the comfort and familiar warmth of your sweater. Something about it that grounded you. Something that felt like home. Dave concludes his masterpiece with an elaborate series of yeahs and uhs, just as you see the camera turn away from him ever so slightly to focus on something else before retreating back into the ice dispenser. It almost makes it look a little bit bashful. That's kind of adorable, actually. Despite the fanfic you've written in your head about a cool kid and his new best robot friend, the reality of the situation sets in. You have yet to make friends with this character, and it all has kind of felt surreal and weird to you. Maybe it's time to zap back and hard reset this continuity to try again. What does that mean? Feels like I'm missing an important part of the puzzle here. Oh, did he read or hear that? How does this work exactly? Sometimes you just narrate what you're thinking. Kind of a baller move. Why has nobody called you out on this before now? You put your hand on the counter to stabilize yourself, and your fingers brush up against something clandestinely polo. Just barely poking out from beneath a pile of discount plush nobodies is a neatly retailed, folded shirt. Wear the shirt or don't wear the shirt? What are we doing here? Let's go back and take a look at the shower ending. Oh, there's that camera, by the way. Creepy. It's in the ice dispenser. I don't like that. Let's do the shower route, and then we'll come back. What? The shower? Yeah, it smelled, so I tossed it in there. Ran the hot water. You can thank me later. Won't someone need that? You don't want to put anyone out. You've clearly taken up so much of their hospitality. Also, you don't think that's how you're supposed to wash clothes? Nah, my bro's out for a while. It happens sometimes. Probably puppet related. He avoids the laundry minefield by opting for the nuclear option, though you guess that makes sense. There are a lot of puppets around, which strikes you as extremely normal and reasonable and not even a little whack. Yeah, puppets rule. End of story. Shit, close the book on that one. Time for Betty Bye, kid. Little man about to get his 8 to 10 on snug as a bug in a fucking rug. Tucked the fuck in tight as can be his only way to Slumberland. Nemo who? Never fucking heard of him. Shit, hold on. He sits up to fish something out of his pocket. Ah, a phone. He gets a phone from his pocket. You're not sure what you were thinking. As a perfectly normal human being from a 100% real and tangible Earth, you know what a cell phone is. What is that, a first gen? Yikes. He ignores your jab and you pretend not to be reading over his shoulder, though it probably could not be more obvious that you are. Hi! Did you ever meet the mailman? My guy, we have gone over this time and time again. How do I put this in terms you can understand? Have you ever met a mailman in your life? Even in that shitty Costner flick you love, the dude has the decency to at least wear the film. Costner. Is that how you say that? Is that how you say that guy's name? I think so. I knew you watched it. Nah, I'd never waste my precious time watching even a single one of the Z-list garbage you try to wreck me. I'm just stating stone cold facts. I just read an outline and browsed a few review sites to see what people were saying. He definitely watched it, you little tsundere. You liar. I don't know. It sounds like that probably took a lot more time and effort than just watching the movie itself. What I'm saying is that this isn't a mailman. I don't even think this is a person. You have thrust a person-styled entity into my life under the alluring guise of a parcel delivery, which, if I'm understanding this right, this clown isn't even very good at on account of how bad they bungled the only delivery they ever matched. At least Lalonde had the good sense to be skeptical of this absolute fucking tomfoolery. Don't be a dick. The mailman's cool. John, I cannot stress this enough. You wouldn't know cool if it bit you right in the ass. Can you imagine? No? The dopest person you've ever met, chomping away, just really getting up in there, ice cold and ear deep in a king's feast of ass. What the hell are you talking about? Try to keep up, Egbert. This will be on the quiz. He looks uncharacteristically startled as he glances back in your direction to find you only a few inches away, adamantly reading his private conversation with a friend. Jesus Christ, you're like a cat. How much of that did you see? You definitely didn't see him having a playfully flirtatious chat with a longtime friend, if that's what he's asking you. Dave desperately tries to refocus on his game hijinks. He makes his character, who you can see he has named Tony Cock, do what could be described as some insane flips and shit. Masterful. There's nothing at all flirtatious about two bros discussing eating ass. Just being straight as two arrows who are also straight. I mean, how would that even work? It wouldn't. That's how. That's all there really is to say about that. You reassure him that it's okay to be honest about his feelings. You're not here to judge him. John seems very nice. It would be cute together. Together? Like how? Nah, you know what? Don't tell me. I actually don't even give a single shit about this line of thought. You might not have picked this up, but I'm definitely 100% not a homosexual. Pretty much crawling in moist, voluptuous hoes on the regular. Wait, hoes are real? Hell yeah, hoes are real. And they're damp? Shit, it's like I gotta start at square one with this hapless asshole. What school do you go to? The utter astonishment you feel at this earth-shattering revelation sends your consciousness for a spin, but you manage to steel yourself. This isn't your first tough customer. You tell Dave that hose is a gender-neutral term. Anyone can be a hoe if they believe in themselves. Hoe-like behavior knows no limits and no master. Wow, inspiring. Thank you, MC. That's beautiful. You heard it here first on Cover supports that message. No, actually, I can't say that. Cover does not support that message, but you know what? I do. Hoe-like behavior knows no limits and no master. Anyone can be a hoe if they believe in themselves. That's so stupid. That is so fucking dumb. We love the inclusivity here. Yep. Call that hoe-clusivity. So fucking dumb. Man. I gotta have my delicious stamina potion. All right. All right, let's keep moving. Perfect. Despite just learning they were real mere moments ago, you were confident that to be a hoe is to be free. Oh, that's pretty dope, I guess. It's not. It's not like I never thought about it. I mean, for the ironic payoff, obviously. Can you imagine the look on his face? His best bro coming up to him with some dire news. I look up at him, eyes red with tears, as I put a hand on his shoulder and say, John, not to alarm you, but I'm gay now. Your clueless dipshit wiles have finally won me over. Nah, that sucks. His speech has become even quicker than normal as he stands and paces frantically around the apartment, completely abandoning his poor Tony. I mean, and this is purely hypothetical. If I liked anyone, which I don't on account of being too fucking smooth to tie myself down, it would probably be another one of my own friends. You don't know her. She's not from around here. So that basically means I can't have a thing for John. Case closed. By unanimous decision, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. Me. It seems to you like he's got a lot to think about, and maybe this is a little heavy for the first meeting. You already feel emotionally exhausted. No fucking way we're in this for the long haul, partner. We are entrenched in this shit. You and me are fighting on the front lines of is he, isn't he, World War I. Troops are spilling over the embankment, armed to the teeth with various literature and pamphlets. I'm already learning so much about myself. Oh, is that good? The enemy is at the gates of my sexuality, and our air support is nowhere to be seen. If I don't make it to tell my wife or maybe husband I died like I lived, completely baller in every conceivable way, this conversation train has not just gone off the rails, but is crashing headfirst into the nearest village. Just some unsuspecting hamlet fallen prey to this out-of-control ride. This is no longer a conversation you have any say in. You desperately look around the room for anything else to talk about. So, puppets, right? Dave, to explain this conversation, Dave at this stage in his life is very homophobic, as most people in 2009 probably were. Oh, no. You fucked up, mailman. You opened the floodgates of introspection. We are balls deep in the discourse waters, and there's nobody to blame but yourself. He stops pacing to look contemplative. His voice lowers to a mumble. Is he still talking to you? Does he still want to talk about this or not? It is nearly impossible to tell. Okay, now hear me out. Do I have to come up with a gay name now, or can I still be Dave? I'm thinking Gave, but let's not kid ourselves. That's amateur choice. Obviously, my full title would be Gave Strider Dick Rider. Oh, okay. That's enough. There's gotta be a better way than this. You are so tired. Abscond. Holy shit, man. Whew. Spicy. He's yapping himself to death over there. I can relate. I've talked so much that someone's walked out of the room before. That's rough. Anyway, let's go do the real thing now. Now that we finished Dave having his panic or whatever. Wait, I could probably just load it, right? Here we are. Wear the shirt or don't wear the shirt. The bad ending is him having a sexuality crisis? I mean, yeah, that's probably not how you want to, like, come to that conclusion with yourself, is some random entity popping in and being like, hey, do you have a crush on your buddy John? Okay, do we want to wear the shirt or don't wear the shirt? I'm gonna don't wear it at first and just see what that does. Let's go. Actually, you think you're fine as is. No reason to shake it up with yet another outfit. We'll have to eventually pay someone to draw. Let's take a second. Reel it in for a little bit. What the fuck is going on here? Isn't this, like, really messed up? No. What's messed up? What's messed up is how you deny my hospitality like this. I offer you someone else's property that you have to find hidden among countless lifeless puppet corpses, and this is the thanks I get? Real cold, mailman. Damn. Maybe I'll wear the shirt to protect me from this chill. Oh, enough. Okay. Like, why isn't he in school? It's the middle of April. It's spring break, bro. Besides, I only subscribe to the School of Hard Knocks. Also, several YouTube channels and periodicals. So, pretty sweet deal over here, actually. You know he isn't really like this. You know he doesn't like living like this. Oh, damn. Is that true? Uh-oh, the camera's back. Bro Strider heard us talking. His bro heard. Ah, damn, is that true? What am I, like? Apparently we got the most foremost expert in Dave lore here. PhD in Strider Dynamics. It's the first day of school, and I'm here in class, eager to learn. Got my pencil out, my freshest fit on, got my dope new Trapper Keeper with the Lisa Frank dolphins on it. Look at them on there, smiling like assholes. One blue, one pink, so we know it's not gay. Poor bastards don't know they're a cartoon. Saddest story I ever heard. The little camera switches its focus from Dave back to you, gauging your reaction. Ignoring it, you assert that you aren't trying to say you know him, just that what? Okay, clearly you've struck some sort of nerve here, but nah, we're good. Tell me more about my situation. You really have been spending time with Ruze, haven't you? Got me all figured out. Don't worry, if you gotta look at the Wikipedia article for abandonment issues or whatever, I can wait. Despite how flat his voice is coming out, his body language has made a telltale shift. He's standing, leaned up against the back of the futon. His hands are in his pockets. It would almost seem like he was sulking if you weren't so convinced he wanted to kick your ass. Oh, there went something at the corner of our vision. At the edge of your vision, you sense some movement. You didn't catch it exactly, but you're convinced it was there. You look over there, and there's nothing to be seen. Perhaps another hidden camera? There's something unsettling about being watched this whole time. Oh, there it is again. Every now and then, your eye catches the faintest presence of something moving just out of sight. The whole place feels like it's faintly shifting around. Amid scanning the room, a particularly fucked up looking puppet catches your attention. These little shits are everywhere, but this awful little man's stare stops your heart for just a moment. Its cold eyes pierce you. Its plastered smile judges you. You look at it as briefly as possible, if for no other reason than to note how unsettling it is before looking back to Dave. What the fuck? What? Oh, that's just little Cal. Cal's the realist. He certainly seems real to you. You could have sworn he just moved around on his own. Haha, yeah, man, he does that. Don't think about it too hard. See, this is what you mean. It's not that deep. Look, I know you got some real hero complex going on or something. Gonna swoop in and save these kids from themselves. Well, bad news, kid. That's not what this is, and heroes aren't real. John, I understand. But fooling Ruze too? The insane tricks this guy must have pulled. Dave has shifted his weight forward. While his voice has not risen above a low mumble, this is enough of a tell to know that maybe you should back off. This friendship thing is tougher than you thought. You still on about that, huh? Look, I'm no expert on friendship, minus the fact that I absolutely am. But you ever think maybe coming into someone's home and fucking with their day-to-day life is a little rude? Just a hypothetical. As per normal, I'm stone cold unbothered by this turn of events. A stoic bastion in the... You're sorry, but did he just say stoic? Oh, sorry, a stoic. What? Yeah. Stoic. Like unmoved. Does he mean stoic? I mean... I guess. Oh, Peas, you've done it now. You weren't trying to embarrass him. Oh, jeez. You try and comfort him by saying that it's okay if he's never heard anybody say that word before. Maybe he's only seen it in text. He frowns and goes quiet. This does not seem to be helping. The kid is completely shut off now. You try and bring up the puppets again. No dice. You even pretend to be super jazzed about Cal, or whatever its name was, seemingly shadow-stepping around the apartment. Wow, so cool. Nothing. Dave takes out his phone and begins texting. Oh, is that about you? Oh, Beans, is he telling your new friends how much you beefed it? This could ruin everything. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and this is the most desperate time you can recall. A friendship is on the line. Cal continues to phase in and out like a poorly animated anime character moving so fast you can't keep up. You mean colonel? You take a few steps towards Dave. You gotta get him out of here, and you know just where to take him. About half a second into your stealth mission, you clumsily step on a puppet, and it makes a pathetic squeak. Dave stops for a second. but after a few moments returns to texting at the speed of sound to whoever is on the other end. Cheese and crackers. You can hear the notification sounds popping off. Whoever it is responding back. You can't waste time anymore. You teleport him to him as silently as you can. Besides you, Cal's disgustingly limp body flops haphazardly on top of a shelf. Guess he's done? No time for this. You slowly reach out your hand. Time to get out of here and fix this. A large adult hand grabs you by the wrist. You turn to see it belongs to a muscular man in pointy sunglasses who you wouldn't exactly describe as a twink and not exactly a hunk, but most certainly not a bear either. In fact, why don't we talk about it for several... Oh, shit! Before you can begin your extremely important debate, you are flung unceremoniously out of a high-rise apartment complex window. As you freefall, you think, maybe he was more of a twunk. Bro Strider got rid of us. Unfortunately, he's fast enough he can even beat teleportation. Damn. Dude's really got some opinions. Look at how pleased he is that he thought of the word twunk. Downfall. All right, let's wear the shirt. Obviously, you're going to put the shirt on. You don't want to be the only person not wearing a cool shirt. Do you need some privacy? I'm not sure where one layer you ends and the other one begins. Doubt the audience really cares. What? Oh, yes, being on camera like this is kind of fucking whack, you say. So pointedly, your sprite even shows up on screen for a second. Yeah, that's right. We went all out for this one. You were wondering if there was ever a place here that wasn't under constant surveillance. Like, how does this kid take a shit in peace? You know everyone's thinking it. Dope line of questioning that I'm sure the public at large is eager to know the answer to, but my room isn't wired up, no. About to get fired up, though. Menageries multiplying with maybe not this second. All right, damn. You accompany Dave down the hallway to his room. You hear the shower on as you pass the bathroom, and you peek in to see your hoodie and nice gown on the tile being uselessly wetted by a low-pressure stream. You're welcome, by the way. Dave motions for you to go in first, giving you the privacy you need to change into an extremely starched polo shirt and nothing else. This collar will not go down. Not the shitty mall katanas. Dave, please! Oh, and the felt. And a bunch of pictures of him, I'm sure, ironically, air quotes, posing. Being fucking, exposed to sunlight so they can show the photo? Does this dude do flash photography? Cringe. And his DJ table just laying here in his room, propped up by cement blocks. This kid's got a weird life. This is absolutely what someone in 2009 would think is fresh as hell. You look around the room for a bit. There's so many things in here. This would be a 13-year-old's wet dream, but to you it just seems a little much. It feels like this is a bunch of things someone thinks that they should like. Let the fan art reflect that you've put on the shirt at this point. There isn't a mirror in here, but you could tell that this is someone out there's idea of a look. He even keeps, like, weird preserved dead animals in goop. What a freak. The door opens and Dave is standing there, but not walking in. He's leaned up against the doorframe, sipping a juice. Where'd he get a juice? What the fuck? Hallway juice, my guy. Hallway juice? What, you don't keep food stuff stashed around your house? What do you do when you get hungry? No, I mean, that's not it. You mean you usually just keep it in the fridge or whatever? Too obvious. Somebody help this useless clown. You were sure, Dave, that you have met many clowns in your day, and only some of them were useless. Thanks for the delicious soup. Name one. You can't. Why did you say that? Clowns are awful. Everybody knows clowns are awful. Guess he's got you there. You know, despite the overwhelmingly plush decor of the rest of the house, there's a distinct lack of puppets in here. That's more my bro's thing. Not that they aren't deliriously sick. Just a whole hospital ward full of the illest children you ever seen. Each one more up to pup than the last. Up to pup? Yeah, pup. Like puppets. You're gonna be honest, it doesn't really seem like his heart's in it. How do you mean? Well, it's just that he doesn't really seem to be all that into puppets. It feels a little performative. Well, I guess I got my own stuff I'm into. Like, if I were to rank it 1 to 10, I'd say puppets are probably a solid 7. You got this kid on the ropes. Just one more push. In fact, you'd even go so far as to say the puppet thing sort of sucks. It is extremely weird. The cameras, the hiding things like an animal. It all seems a little, you know, whack. Poor kid can't even have cold orange juice. His brother fills the fridge with puppets or, like, launchable shurikens. He's got to hide it in random places around his house. Sorry, apple juice. For a while, he just seems to look at you, almost as if he's sizing you up. Yeah, see, you messed it up too, Scrib. Take that. There's a long stretch where Dave doesn't break eye contact with you as he finishes his cute little juice and crumples it up. He takes an ambitious shot at the trash can and misses by about 7.5 feet. Damn. Could have sworn I had game. You're throwing me off, mailman. Yes, that is correct. You are a faithful employee of the Postal Service. I mean, I definitely believe you, but let's say I didn't. Let's say I had a cool friend who, even though they're too cool to care about details like this, they were a little skeptical of the whole situation. Maybe they'd want some proof you were who you said you were before they let you get any closer to their friends. Just throwing that hypothetical out there. What proof could he possibly need? Say the oath. What? The oath. The mail oath. Look. The thing about that is, I mean, unless you aren't really a mailman. Behind his sunglasses, Dave's eyes shift ever so slightly to what you might describe in a less immediately harrowing situation as a moderately priced-looking mall katana mounted to his wall. You realize that maybe now isn't the best time to come clean about your impeccable ruse. Title drop? Whoa. Being a mailman is a mindset. Yes, just like being a hoe. Being a mailman's about believing in yourself. Also, fun fact, I know it seems stupid that he keeps these shitty mall katanas on his wall, but I'm not kidding when I say that Dave is genuinely, because of the abuse of his older brother, actually very dangerous in a fight. Very devastating. He's like, you know, baby Goku levels of fast. Despite his friends being mostly regular kids, Dave is not. You can't believe you've managed to put yourself in mortal peril yet again. You wordlessly chuckle and shake your head. Oh, the situations you get yourself into. Dave, not privy to your private thoughts for once, looks on. Why, of course you can recite the mailman's oath. You say with a confidence that is as misplaced as it is unfounded. You perk up. Now is your time to shine. Maybe it's the popped collar, but you're feeling good about this one. You got this. You've lied to tons of kids. One more and it'll be smooth sailing from here on out. You open your mouth, and there's a brief moment where everything feels like it's going to be okay. True, Jade's pretty dangerous with a rifle. You immediately start sobbing and crumple into a disgusting mess on the floor. Stand up, pop that collar, immediately start sobbing. Oh, fuck. Wow. Okay. Jesus Christ. You're not a real mailman. You never worked. You don't even have a real mailman outfit. You're fraud. You don't even know how much stamps cost. Oh my God. Jesus, just okay. It's gonna be all right there. Dave squats down next to your deflated body and pats you a little awkwardly on what he assumes is your shoulder. This kid has never seen a moment of vulnerability in his life. You say you're sorry you tricked him. You just wanted to impress him because John said he was so cool. It's fine, I guess. Fuck, dude. Get a hold of yourself. He tries to get you up, but you are desperately clinging to his shirt, confessing everything. Confessing to made-up crimes you didn't even commit. Look, my guy, we all make mistakes. Please stop whatever this is. I'm pretty sure you're harmless. And I don't think you actually killed anyone with your ass or wherever an accessory to burning down an alien mall or whatever insane bullshit you just said. Yeah, you kind of got caught up in the moment and just started saying made up shit. You asked Dave if he's mad at you. Nah, dude. Get up. Dave helps you back onto your feet. You come clean in an only slightly more controlled and dignified way this time. You explain how there are these huge gaps in your memory, and that you somehow ended up with these abilities that let you traverse space, time, and sometimes even reality itself. Dave doesn't say much for a change, and it doesn't seem like he's listening at first. You think maybe he just has one of those faces. All right, let me get this straight. One day, you just appeared in a suburb. No memories, except that you have some mysterious teleportation power. You dig through some unsuspecting chump's mail looking for clues, and through some ridiculous universal happenstance, you just so happen to stumble upon the most gullible fucking dork in the universe. Befriend him. Also, I'm there, via text. Egbert gives you a list of friends to visit. Out of all the choices available to you, myself included, and you go to see Ruze first. Ruze fucking Lalonde. Even though we built up such a good rapport when I told John that you weren't a real mailman. Called it, by the way. Your first instinct is to visit the most heavy-handed of all of us for some light kinship. Power move, I guess. Mailman out here wave dashing for friendship. Can't even spare a neutral for old Strider, huh? Won't even back into the corner and spam your raised attack for the D-Man. A tragedy in 2 acts. Both acts are titled Betrayal. That motherfucker just made like 5 Super Smash Bros. References. Good for you. You definitely understand what is being said and absolutely don't have to ask your friends what some cool video game words are. You are 100% not pulling the boldest "how do you do, fellow kids" the world has ever seen. Besides, is that really the thing to be focused on right now? You fucking wound me, mailman. Of course it is. Nothing's more important to me than this. They say that most humans only use 10% of their brain. That's because I'm using 90% of it to think, how dare you. So anyway, you can really go anywhere, see anybody you want. Sounds nice. For all but a moment, the act drops, and you see the corners of his mouth tighten a little bit. The fading afternoon light filters through his sunglasses at just enough of an angle to see his eyes shift ever so slightly towards the window. Those subtle movements would surely be lost on most people. If you weren't so focused on trying to read him, or even just slightly further away, you may have missed him doing it yourself. There was almost a loneliness in his voice. It must be hard to live here by yourself, so far away from the people who care about you. It's possible that you've been so focused on trying to blindly make friends that you've forgotten that in front of you is a real living person. You can't help but wonder if there is something you can do. You said you could take people with you, right? Like, if you could teleport John around, would that work with anybody? This is it. The path to this kid's heart is clear as day. Fuck what you said just now. That friendship juice is so close you could practically fucking taste it. You try not to look excited, affecting Dave's cool persona as you say, "Fuck yeah! You can take people with you." You scope out your fingernails, because for some reason, that is what you do when you're acting cool. This works to the full extent it can, coming from someone who not but 7 minutes and 32 seconds earlier was rolling around on the floor damp with their own tears. Did he have some place in mind? Yeah. I mean, I got some ideas I could bounce off you, I guess. How do you feel about shh? With a swift finger to his mouth, you cut him off. He doesn't seem to like that very much, but you still consider it a successful maneuver. There's no need for words between friends. You know just where he wants to go. Just think really hard about it. Think about where you want to be, Dave. Think about what's important to you. Think about what you really want. It'll be more magical this way. Friendship is magic, after all. You just made that up right now. Please don't look that up. Damn. Guess that's true. He closes his eyes, and you put a hand on his shoulder. This is it. Putting your trust in the magic of friendship, you focus this power externally as much as you were able. Flashes of distrust, of distant but somehow familiar imagery course through you. The quiet stillness of the suburbs, the smell of the forest, the heat of an apartment rooftop, the ocean breeze. You extend it outwards as much as you were able. This is his rodeo. You are merely the vehicle. Hey, there's Hussy. What the fuck? Oh, fuck yes. The two of you stand near a sign that says, "Please wait to be seated." A very cheery hostess has a brief exchange with Dave and ushers the two of you to an open table. Oh, hell fucking yes. There is no mistaking it. About to get my motherfucking breadstick on. This is absolutely an Olive Garden. Fuck yes it is. When you're here, you're family, dog. While you're still new to this, you can't really seem to detect any irony in his voice. You thought for sure he'd want to go see his friends. You thought you had him figured out. First and last mistake, mailman. But you'll learn. I'm a mystery. Got that history. Fuck with the plot, my flow's so hot they leave you looking blistery. Racially ambiguous, my rhymes contiguous. At the OG with my homie where the breadsticks are continuous. You don't know what, you know what? Fuck it. You just let him go for a while. You don't even know if that last one rhymed, but fuck it. You aren't charmed. Fuck if you aren't charmed by this little bastard. You lean back in your chair and just absorb it all. Sitting in the worst restaurant imaginable with your new rapping teen friend, while the other patrons do their best to ignore his incredible rhymes. After a short while, Dave abruptly stops freestyling and you open your eyes. Oh, fuck, you know what time it is? No, your Sprite doesn't have a watch drawn on it. It's Breadstick 30, no watch necessary. Fuck me, I love breadsticks. I never talk about it. This is a very real and hidden character trait that nobody knows about me. Well, that sounds like a very real and hidden character trait that nobody knows about him, and we are certainly not finding this out now because of a series of seemingly unrelated events that possibly change the continuity of this universe, allowing these sort of otherwise narratively unimportant traits to shine through. Wow, he's really going to town on those breadsticks. Maybe this is all friendship needs to be. Spending some quality FaceTime with a solid bro and just absolutely decimating some bottomless breadsticks at a bad chain Italian restaurant. Maybe the real lesson here is friendship doesn't have to be a grand gesture or a high adventure. Maybe the real friends. I understand you're having a moment, but I am absolutely going to eat your breadsticks if you don't stop talking about what friendship means to you. Yeah, man. Whatever you want. Get that bread, son! That is, fun fact, never mentioned in the webcomic. Not once does Dave Strider talk about how much he loves breadsticks. That was the writers nodding to the fact that they have control over the narrative and can just say what they want, and you have to believe it. Itadakimasu. Damn, we're still wearing that starched-ass polo, too. Fuck. So is this a victory? Yeah, we just made friends over breadsticks. All right, one more route to go, gamers. Not bad. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're crushing it. Honestly, we are crushing it. How are we feeling so far about Homestuck? Slightly more tolerable than you anticipated, those of you who have never seen Homestuck. To be fair, again, this is not the format the webcomic takes. This is very much visual novel format. But it does give you a good, highlight reel of the characters. You want to get to the trolls already? Everybody wants to get to the trolls already. I'm sorry. I can't get to the trolls already. I mean, if I really had like balls of steel, I guess I could go through like 10 of these in a day instead of 4. But man, what a nightmare that would be. I could break them up into 8s. 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, that wouldn't work either because then we'd have 4 at the end. Good night, Valerie. You want me to do 5? You're only saying 5 because you want me to do Carcat, but I could break them into 5s. That's true. What if I break them into 5s, but I purposely skip Carcat to fuck with you? And I go over to, like, I don't fucking know, Tavros or Equius. Yeah, I guess I could break it into 5s. That's probably smart. Because then it's only 4 streams and I don't have to worry about it. Instead of 5 streams of 4. And it'll get us a taste for troll characters and troll energy and troll etiquette. We'll see. No promises. Let me drink my stamina potion, see how I feel. I'm an Equius fan? Damn, you're one of 5 Equius fans in the world. Anyone but Gamzee? The Gamzee arc's a little dark, actually. It gets pretty violent. Maybe not Gamzee's. It's very much, I'm 14 and this is edgy. And, like, that's cool or whatever, but... I might do Carcat this stream. We'll see. We need that Gamzee voice someday. We'll see. Fago's Fago's mid. It's okay. Gamzee's your favorite troll? Wow. Cover 4 of the best 5 characters in one stream. Oh, you want me to do Terezi? Maybe. No promises. Hold on. Let me do something real quick. Okay, where were we? Your voice is so deep. No, my voice is actually pretty high pitched. Deep would be like, if I was talking like this all the time. Hey, welcome in. My name's Crimzon Rulez. Oh. I think the moves do it in groups of 4. Yeah, but if I do it in groups of 4, then I have to do 5 streams. We'll see. All right, Nathan Explosion. That's me. Extended Zodiac quiz. I think I already took that, but I'd take it again. We'll see. All right, let's go again, shall we? Oh, that's a... Ooh. 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 Oh, okay. We get another beat in there? Wait a minute. Oh, you're right. I gotta get the warnings. Hold on. Let me back out of this one. Oh, here we go. They are warned with abandonment, neglectful parenting, abusive guardian, animal abuse, and animal attacks. Okay, let's do it. Those are your warnings. It's been days, and your stomach still hasn't recovered from Olive Garden. You can't spend forever moping around. There are friends to make, damn it. Well, just one left in this set. Her name is Jade Harley, and though all 3 of your new pals consider themselves good friends with her, they know strikingly little about her life. The most you have gleaned is that she lives on a mysterious island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean with her grandfather and some uncommon breed of dog. Their communication with her has been limited to internet messages and packages sent to a P.O. box in some podunk town called Haunt Switch. John said he would message her and see if she could provide an address, but you don't want to wait. Throwing yourself headlong into friendship has always worked for you. So you close your eyes, think islandy thoughts, and hope it works. But something strange happens as you channel your powers. A loud bark echoes somewhere in the distance, and a nuclear green energy sparks in the air around you. You catch a split-second glimpse of a massive green sun, and then you hit the ground on your hands and knees. The whole event can't have taken more than a second or 2. You blink and focus your vision. You are inside a room. The floor is smooth and white, and disrupting the monotony in front of you are a set of similarly white paws attached to a lucid... an animal. You slowly stagger up and look him over. He's a very large and fluffy dog, his snout held up high. A long green tongue hangs from his open mouth as he pants lightly, and the air around him crackles with electricity, making the fur on his back stand on end. Something about him feels so familiar to you. Familiar twice over. His fuzzy and regal form reminds you of a warmth you once knew, but those neon sparks fill your stomach with dread. At the very least, he seems friendly. He leans in and drags his rough tongue along your cheek, leaving it tingling. His tail wags swiftly back and forth, and he keeps nosing at you. He seems fascinated. Aww! Back! Down, boy! It is this friendly demeanor of his that leaves you shocked when he moves to the side and you find yourself staring down the barrel of a rifle. It is held aloft by a bespectacled young lady in a sensible skirt who really has no business pointing such a big fucking gun at you. Oh god, she keeps that thing. Okay, please don't panic and don't make any sudden moves. I've never shot a living being before, and it would make me feel very, very sad if I had to start now. Oh, okay, so this is happening now. Is this Jade? Doesn't sound like Jade based on what John told you. She looks more like a Gigi anyway. Or maybe a Lynn? Right, the gun. Don't get sidetracked. You slowly raise your hands and surrender and try to put on your most inoffensive expression. You tell her that if she started shooting living beings, you would be pretty sad too, so why doesn't she put the gun down and... No way! I don't want to shoot you, but you're clearly a dangerous and unpredictable being, and I need to make sure I stay safe. My grandpa taught me a lot about gun safety and trigger discipline in case anything bad ever happened to me. So I know that good trigger discipline means keeping your finger on the trigger at all times in case you need to blow something to bits. Oh, fuck. Now let me make this clear to you. I'm a very clever girl, and you won't be able to fool me as easily as you fooled the others. It's very obvious to me what you've been doing, and I knew you would eventually show up if I waited long enough. Sure enough, John messaged me not too long ago to let me know you wanted to visit, and so I prepared myself for your arrival. You've come to interfere with our lives, and now I want to know why. So you'd better start talking, okay? Okay, you say? What does she want to talk about? You're well-versed on a variety of eclectic subjects, so you can go on about basically anything. Wrestling, postmodern art, controversial opinions on traditional jurisprudence. But you get the feeling that this is an interrogation, and you really have no idea what she's interrogating you over.
That's a very likely story.
Did I miss?
Why was everybody yelling about Octopimp in chat just a minute ago?
Relax, gamers. Relax. But Jade, please. Dave's beatboxing. Shh, it's secret. It's a secret beatboxing. He was here. Oh, fuck. The Octopimp. Big fan of your voice acting. You're incredibly talented. I know that Homestuck's behind you, but that's okay. We can all live in the past once in a while as a beautiful halcyon moment as we stare upon the sunset of our youth. I'm blowing gentle, ephemeral kisses your way when you come back. All right, moving on. That's so cool, right? Isn't that cool? Bro, I had to work. I missed Octopimp. Sorry. It is what it is. You snooze, you lose. I focused too long on the story and I lose. We both lost, but that's all right.
I can put 2 and 2 together pretty easily, you know. You've never shown up in any of my dreams before, and now none of those dreams are coming to pass. Not to mention that I don't even see Prospit when I go to sleep anymore, and that can only mean that you've derailed the forces of fate. You destroyed John's copy of Esper, and somehow that changed everything. Not only could John not begin the game, none of us could, and none of the meteors hit like they were supposed to. It was like the universe changed its very fabric to bend your evil whims.
Uh-oh. Now we just need Hussy to roll it. Oh, God. I don't think I can handle the pressure. In one room? All right, yeah, let's just get everybody in here. Bring in Toby, bring in Hussy, bring in Octopimp. Let's get it on. Sit them all down. Whoa, evil. That's a little bit harsh. You'll cop to stupid, but evil's way too much.
Don't play dumb with me. What else could motivate you to stop us from fulfilling our destiny as heroes?
Heroes? John and friends are very nice, but they don't exactly strike you as heroes.
That's because you don't know them like I know them. You haven't seen the shrines on Prospit or heard stories from the Queen or seen them in the clouds growing into brave and wonderful people. And now I'm beginning to suspect that those things will never come to pass. John's birthday came and passed without any fanfare, except for him supposedly befriending a strange mailman. And that day, the internet was full of people complaining that their beta copies of Esper weren't working, and there was a huge scandal with the company. A little while later, I found out that this mailman was talking with Ruze and had magical powers. I know a thing or two about magical powers, or at least powers which seem to be magical to those who haven't studied their logical sources. Yours are totally different from anything I've seen. First, I thought, you must be an advanced Dursite agent come to sabotage us. But you definitely aren't from Durs. Maybe a Prospitan double agent? I also consider the weird trolls who keep pestering me, but they've been weirdly quiet lately, and you don't really give me that vibe. And obviously you're not a human.
Whoa! Hang on. You are human. Right? See you, Misty. Good luck. She tilts her head and gives you a little, really? kind of look, and your stomach twists into knots.
The more I look at you, the more I start to think you're like, how do I explain this? Okay, do you know what a furry is?
Oh no. Don't talk to me about your furry OCs. Wait, I just got past the wizard OCs from Ruze. Hold on a second. Furries are cool. That's fine, but you just gotta give me a second. You gotta let me breathe. Wow. Okay, that question is more loaded than her gun. Yes?
All right, so a lot of artists I follow do your character here commissions, and you remind me of one of those. Does that make sense?
You have no idea what a YCH is. You cautiously ask her.
It stands for your character here. Basically, an artist will draw a pose or scenario, but instead of putting in an actual character, they'll leave a blank outline, kind of like a mannequin. You pay them to put your own character there.
God, if someone was holding a gun to my head at this point, I'd be like, fuck it, just pull the trigger, Piglet. Let's go. This is not the conversation I want to have at the end of a barrel.
And when I look at you, I feel like I'm looking at one of those blank spaces. My intuition doesn't tell me anything about you, and you've never showed up in any of my dreams. You're like my best friend Beck over here. Complete wild card, something I can't figure out.
Which brings me back to my point. She had almost let her gun drop, and you had almost forgotten she was holding it, but she has to back up to point it at you and steals her gaze.
You were going to tell me why you came here and did what you did, and then you're going to help me fix it.
That rifle is really starting to bother you. Get that gun away from her or stay calm and explain yourself. I'm gonna get the gun away from her because I assume that ends in us getting shot. You can't let a good opportunity slip between your fingers again. You need to disarm her before she accidentally blows you to smithereens. There must be something else that'll get her guard down. You ask about her grandfather, the one who taught her about guns. He must surely be a reasonable and mature man. Perhaps it might be best to bring him into the discussion. You could sit down, have tea, drop the gun.
I don't know. Grandpa does love his tea time with guests, but usually conversations with him are really one-sided.
Oh, is he that stubborn?
Well, yes. He's a pretty obstinate man and a total blowhard. But as well, you may find him difficult to talk to on account of the fact that he's also a stuffed corpse.
Oh! Oh, cool. Yeah, that's cool. That checks out. This is fine. Everything's fine. You love guest starring in a goddamn Hitchcock movie. This girl is clearly too unstable to be reasoned with. You need to disarm her, and pronto. You steer the topic away from her grandfather, she's surely murdered, and wait for another lull in the conversation. When her eyes start to wander and her grip slackens, you spring forward and reach for the rifle. She shrieks and goes for the trigger, but before she can fire, an ear-splitting bark rings in your ears, and the world explodes into neon green. You feel weightless and empty, cocooned and bitter cold. For half a second, you think you just got Avada Kedavra, but then you glance around and see the stars. An iridescent light show twinkling all around you, painting the vast expanse with beaded glimmers. It is transcendent. It is beautiful. You were at peace. Or maybe that's just the asphyxiation talking. Space junked. Damn. Yeah, that's the good end. That's the canonical end. That's where the game ends. Good job, gamers. We did it. We beat PESTERQUEST. All right, let's not disarm her. Stay calm and explain yourself. God, I wish that were me. Don't we all? So then I started blasting. Hell yeah. Me, my best friend, and my best friend's dead stuffed grandpa. Is there a better matchup? It should have been me! All right, pretty much everyone except John has called you on your bullshit thus far, so you may as well give her the full confession. You absolutely did change the course of reality, but it was the result of a genuine fuck-up, not ill intent. It's kind of a long story, but you relate it as best you can. Your strange lack of memory, an encounter with a bizarre and magical artifact, the way you blundered into John's life and destroyed his mail as a result of your highly relatable social anxiety. The girl listens intently as you explain what brought you here, and then you offer an apology. You think that you have irreversibly altered the very fabric that threads her cosmos together. There's probably no way of putting things back like they were and letting this lady go on her golden dream quest, or whatever she was blathering about while you were distracted by her very deadly gun.
Okay. You sound very sincere, and I'd like to believe you, so I'll take you at your word for now. Whatever shenanigans you involved yourself in, I trust that you did not intend to cause any problems. Let's put all this ugly business behind us.
The girl holsters her rifle, and you breathe a long sigh of relief.
Sorry about all that. I promise I only had the best intentions.
Welcome in! Kingdom. It's cool, you tell her. You get the distinct feeling. You've dealt with much worse.
Yeah, and imagine a space hopper like you's been to all sorts of cool and dangerous places. I'm kind of jealous, really. But anyway, we never properly introduced ourselves. My name's Jade, and my dog's name is Beckerel. What's yours?
Huh. You know, you think this is the first time you have ever been asked for your name? Ever? You almost forgot you had one. You tell Jade your name.
Huh. That's a very unique sounding name. I like it.
What if my name's Jade? Huh? What if MC's name is Jade? Would you say that then? Huh? Huh? You tell Jade that you like her name too, and she beams at you.
Thank you. I'm so glad my grandpa gave me this name. It's so pretty and fairly unique and just very likable. Anyway, why don't I show you around? I could give you a tour of the house, and we can get to know each other a little better.
Oh, that sounds great. You're an expert on taking tours of other people's houses, which makes sense since you don't exactly have your own house. Jade stares very sadly at you. We're just the mailman? Nah, I'm Ruze. I'm just Ruze.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Nah, it's cool. You have magic now, so the trade-off is probably pretty fair.
Right. Well, this is of course my room. As you can see, I have a ton of pretty posters. This is my favorite. It was a gift from Dave, and I love it to pieces, even though it's honestly pretty dumb looking, but that's the point.
She gestures to a poster of Dave's webcomic guys with animal attributes scribbled onto them. That's this, Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff, baby. Let's go. Most of the other posters also feature anthropomorphic fauna, drawn with significantly more finesse. It all gives you a very furry vibe, but not in a bad way, you clarify. Her lips twitch in irritation, and it occurs to you that people are probably constantly either clowning on her for liking furry stuff or reassuring her that they aren't about to clown on her for liking furry stuff. Oops.
Well, I don't actually dress up in suits or any of that nonsense, but I really love animals, and I think it's fun to imagine what it would be like to be one.
Oh, you're a warrior cats kid. You're not a furry, you're a warrior cats kid. They are adjacent, though.
Which is why I own so many animal toys, like the Manthro chaps, who are very silly but dignified fellows who are part animal, part Victorian era gentle sir.
Jade gestures to a pile in the corner, heaped high with plushies and dolls of all sorts. Many of them look like man/animal abominations with curly mustaches, and others feature bright and puffy squid-like creatures.
Oh, and these are my squiddles. They're based off a cartoon show. Rose says it's a bad show, but I don't believe her.
Jade fishes through the toy pile and retrieves a dark bluish black toy.
This one is Inkabelle. She's my favorite. In one episode, she gets lost in the murky brine swallows and spends years completely alone, lost without any of her friends. But in the end, her friend Podlight tracks her down and saves her. It seemed so bleak the first time I watched it that I literally cried, but I realized in the end that it was a very poignant tale.
Jade smiles wistfully down at the plushie in her hand. She glances from it to another one of the Squiddle dolls, and her expression tightens. She squeezes the doll just a little too hard, causing a horrendous pitchy squeak.
I guess in retrospect, that was pretty silly, though. I mean, it was just a kid's show. Of course, there was going to be a happy ending. That's how those always work, right?
Jade's still smiling as she tosses the doll under a bed, but she puts so much force into the throw that it goes careening off the edge with a wheeze. You hear it plop onto the floor and magnetize itself to another Squiddle. Its voice box lets out a weak little yay. Jade stands up and brushes off her skirt. Her eyes fall to her bedspread, which features a striking cloud design. She sighs slowly, and then assumes a bright smile once more.
Anyway, let's go explore the rest of the house, shall we? I've got so much to show you.
Jade hikes up her skirt and skitters down the spiral staircase, 2 steps at a time. You're a little interested in the high-tech devices laying on the workbench near her bed and a glowing green crystal that you think is literally uranium, but Jade's already gone, so you tear your eyes away and follow. The landing below her room is small and cylindrical and features only a gray closet-looking device and a platform on the floor.
My room's at the top of a tower, but this transportalizer will take us to the garden quick and easy.
She hops on and disappears in a flash of green light. You're a little nonplussed, but you've seen weirder. You step onto the platform, hear a light beneath your feet, and in an instant, you're standing in a lush garden atrium. There are exotic plants as far as the eye can see, ranging from psychedelic floral arrangements to tropical fronds to fruits and vegetables. Tall windows blanket the walls and allow sunlight to stream in, and said windows are coated in a steamy mist. You feel like you just got clotheslined by a rainforest.
It's beautiful, right?
Jade opens her arms and spins around, gesturing to her various gardening stations. You nod. It really is.
Gardening's another one of my favorite hobbies. It's a great way to get your hands dirty and do some real work, and the end result is really vibrant and beautiful.
Jade waves her rough and calloused hands at you, and then strokes her fingers along the pinkish petal of an anemone and hums a little tune towards it. One of its leaves seems to curl toward her touch. Spoiler, her class is, the Witch of Space. Pretty cool. When Jade pulls away, she skips toward one of the windows and motions for you to follow her. It's a beautiful island vista that awaits your gaze. To your left is a towering mountain that might just be a volcano, and ahead of you is a small bay filled with giant lily pads and an old mossy temple. Beyond the island, the sea stretches out to a shimmering horizon. Past that boundary line, an entire world awaits, ever out of reach.
This is my home. This entire island belongs to just me, Beck, and my grandpa. It's a very peaceful place. The greenery is so lovely, and the bay's very fun to take a dip in. There's some mysterious ruins down there, too. I've always been curious about them, but Beck won't let me visit them. I guess he thinks they're too dangerous. Grandpa's been in there plenty of times before, though.
Could her grandfather give her a supervised tour?
Oh, Grandpa doesn't really move around much anymore. Spends all his time having tea parties in the foyer.
He's quite old then.
You could say that.
Remember, we don't know her grandpa's stuffed yet. That was in a failed timeline. Jade wanders away from that window and toward another one, whose view is exclusively centered on the rolling blue. She presses a hand against the misty pane and sighs.
You know, Dave talks a lot about coming to visit me here. I mean, all my friends do, but Dave especially. In his usual Davey way, of course, which means making a lot of jokes and not sounding very serious about it.
Yeah, I'm itching to put on my safari hat and come traipsing down to Doom Death Archipelago to get my ass murdered by Infinidog the Eldritch Retriever.
Stuff like that. I know he really means it, though. He wants to see me just like I want to see him, but it's just wishful thinking. He doesn't know where this island is. Even I don't know where it is. All deliveries here go through some company P.O. box my grandpa set up before he died. It's not marked on any maps. Before this is a special island with all kinds of important secrets on it. Or because this is a special island with all kinds of important secrets on it, I guess? Or it was special. I was special. Not anymore. Now I'm just a regular girl stuck alone on this dumb island for the rest of my stupid life.
Whoa! You asked Jade if she's feeling all right.
Yes, I'm totally fine. Just peachy. Thanks for asking. Come on, let's keep up with the tour. There's no time for dilly-dallying. My grandpa's collection rooms are up next. The first one's full of his big game hunting trophies. I'd never shoot an innocent animal, and I think the trophies are pretty hideous. But I do have to admire his great work stuffing them, I guess. It is really hard to properly stuff and mount something. Trust me. And he has some cooler stuff on the lower floors, like all these badass knight statues. Or these, faded blue portraits of pretty ladies? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Most of my grandpa's collection stinks. But I think what's important is that, is what it all represents to him. He's been on all these sorts of these incredible, amazing adventures, and he has this huge array of interesting things to show for it.
You tell Jade that her grandfather sounds like a hell of a guy.
He sure is. Back when I was little, he used to go on trips all over the world and come back with so many interesting stories and new souvenirs. I was so awed, and I guess a little jealous too. Sometimes he would be gone for days or even weeks at a time, and it would just be me and Beck holding down the fort. I was always so happy when he came back, and I listened to his tales without making a single peep. But he never asked me if I wanted to come along for an adventure, no matter how obvious it was that I did. I guess that's just the way of life for adventuring folk. There's no time to be tied down, even by the people you love. They can stay at home and wait for you to come back. That's how it was for my grandpa, at least. What about you? You're an adventurer, too. You visited all my friends, and you've surely been to other awesome spots around the globe. So, I bet you've left someone waiting for you, too, haven't you?
Frost floods your veins and nestles into your heart with a burning chill, for reasons that you don't quite understand. Jade tilts her head and bores into you with wide, curious eyes. One of her hands is balled up into a fist, and both of them are trembling as she watches you. Jeez. You're gonna have to coach another kid through parental issues, aren't you? You swallow down your sudden anxiety, force a smile, and remind Jade that you're suffering amnesia.
Oh. Right. Well, it's just this feeling I get, you know? I have great intuition.
When she smiles, the corner of her mouth twitches. It's now or never. Would she like to talk?
I said I'm fine. There's nothing to talk about. Unless you want to talk about, some of these flowers. Isn't this one such a lovely yellow?
Surely there's nothing wrong with a good old feelings jam, right? Jade's an expressive, empathetic girl. Feelings jam should be her thing. You think that, but she's still steadfastly ignoring you.
Hey, how about this orange one with a goofy face on it? Why don't we boggle at it for a while?
Jade, something's wrong. You need to talk this out. That's what you do. You're a talker. So why don't you two...
Oh my God, just shut up! Please just shut your stupid fucking mouth! Of course something's wrong! And that something is you!
Oh. There's a long pause. Jade stands there, her eyes wide, shocked at her own outburst. She wipes a tear from her cheek, takes a shaky gulp, and then sprints back upstairs. Oof, that didn't work. You stand there for a while feeling like a tender triple-A grade jackass steak with baked douchebag potatoes on the side. Then you sigh and steel yourself and make the trek back up to her room. Jade is nowhere to be seen. Beck is pawing clumsily at a large, suspiciously jade-shaped lump beneath the covers of her bed. You clear your throat and ask her, softly, if she wants to talk. It's cool, you say. You listen to teen drama all the time, and this is some particularly choice drama. Not that you like the drama, you clarify. You just kind of exist in the periphery of it constantly. You're a bit of a drama magnet. There's a long pause, and you're about to turn and leave when she pulls the covers off and turns to you. Her eyes are all puffy and red. Hey. Hey. I'm sorry I yelled at you. It's not really your fault. I mean, it kind of is, but you didn't know you were messing anything up. Not fair for me to be pissed at you. It's just, none of this is fair at all. Yeah, that sounds like life, all right. You sit down on the bed and tell her to vent about it. It's okay. You can take it. Okay. You spent your whole life waiting for something to happen and then it didn't? Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. I think anybody who ever wanted to be a hero's done that, huh? That's okay, Jade. You can find meaning elsewhere. You'll be all right. Well, your memory's pretty fuzzy right now, so you can't say you have, but you think you understand a similar sense of yearning. Good God, have you yearned? Yearning's a good word for it. Yeah. Let me try to explain. When I went to sleep, I would see this beautiful golden kingdom called Prospit and hang out with the people there. I'd wake up with these fuzzy, half-remembered feelings of happiness and visions of the future swirling around in my head. It was nice. It was a good life. There was this very lonely feeling that I couldn't make go away no matter what I did. I would always tell myself, soon, Jade, soon it'll all change. You'll get to travel to Prospit in your waking hours. You'll get to meet your friends in person. You'll finally begin to live, like really live. I waited days, months, years for the day to finally arrive, and then it never came. I was so sure that it would come on John's birthday. All of my dreams told me so. All the signs were there, but it just didn't happen. Now I don't know what to do with myself. I was able to ignore the lonely feeling because I knew that it would disappear one day, but now that day has slipped me by, and it's like all those years are catching up and crashing down on me all at once, and I feel so small and helpless and sad. Like the loneliest girl in the world. I don't want to put all this on you. That wouldn't be very nice, but it's not fair. Jade vaults from the bed and stamps her foot on the ground. Hard. Her face is flushed and streaked with tears and snot. She looks awful, frankly, like someone who's been holding it all in for way too long. Beck gets up and starts licking at her cheeks, and she holds him off until she can wipe her face on her sleeve. Thanks, Beck. At least I've got you for a best friend, right? Jade settles back onto the bed, stroking Beck's fur softly. I have a lot of complicated feelings about all of this, I guess. So complicated and painful that I'd rather just pretend everything's okay. But now I can't pretend anymore, and these feelings are all that's left. And I hate feeling so glum. I hate sitting around being all sad and useless. It's stupid and pointless and a waste of my fucking energy. It's not who I am, and I'm just dumping it all on you. I'm sorry. I really am. Man, you just completely fucked up this girl's life, and she's apologizing to you? Now you feel like the delicious 3-layered shithead tiramisu served after that nice meal of steak and potatoes you had earlier. You really want to help Jade, and while you still don't quite get all of this magical moon stuff she's been talking about, you do get how it feels to be lonely. That's something you can help with. You offer her your hand. Want to go see the world? She sniffles and lightly shakes her head. It's not gonna work. Well, there's no way to know that unless you give it a try, right? She nods, stands up, and takes your hand. You focus on a familiar destination, John's house. But as you begin to dematerialize, Beck turns to stare at you, and you hear that familiar barking sound in your ears. And when the flash of light subsides, you're standing here in Jade's room, only a few feet from where you started. What? See, I told you it wouldn't work. Come on, let me show you something. Jade hops up and shuffles down the staircase, and you follow. She takes you to the teleportation pad in the atrium. Transportalizers are all powered by thermal energy and use each other as beacons for the sake of easy short-range teleportation. But if you hook one of them up to a uranium converter and modify the coordinates specified on the logic board, you can theoretically go anywhere in the world. Which I tried. See? She twists off the top of the pad with her fingertips and pulls it off and shows you the wiring underneath. It looks messy, like someone has made multiple attempts to rewire the circuits.
But when I used it, it only led to the exact same thing that happened just now. Beck used his powers to prevent me from leaving the island. Maybe I just got the coordinates wrong and I would have ended up stuck underground or something, but I checked and double-checked my measurements. I think Beck just doesn't want me to leave the island. He wants me to stay somewhere he can keep me safe at all times.
Well, he's your best friend. And he's a dog. He doesn't understand how lonely that is. Perhaps he heard his name from above, or perhaps he just had a sixth sense about it, because Beck wanders down the staircase and over to Jade. She gives him a soft stroke behind the ears.
I love him very much, but as long as he's around, I'm stuck here. Because of the changes you made, that is how it'll always be. I'm just gonna have to get used to it, I guess.
Jade deflates against one of her gardening tables and offers you a wan smile. For a split second, you could swear you see droopy doggy ears and a tail tucked between her legs. Depression to this degree simply is not conducive to friendship. And even if it was, you would still feel pretty shitty about it. You should do something to cheer her up. Oh my god, she's Homestuck. Challenge Beck for superiority. This is gonna fail, so I'm gonna take this route. It seems to you that the cause of Jade's problems, even though he's probably not hurting her on purpose, is Becquerel. He's a good dog, and he wants to protect her, but the time for that has passed. Jade has a new omnipotent friend in her life, and she's got places to be besides this island. There's only one thing for you to do. You need to establish yourself as the new alpha of the pack. You must win the right to escort Jade to visit her friends. This is how dogs work, right? Yes, it is. It definitely is, you think. You square up, bend your knees, and tense your palms.
What are you doing?
Don't worry about it, you tell Jade. You're practically an expert in Lucis wrangling techniques by now. In what techniques? She shouts behind you, but you're already charging. Beck doesn't see it coming at all, perhaps because it's such a spectacularly stupid thing to do. You go tumbling to the ground with him and manage to pin him. You know exactly what to do now. There is only one possible course of action, and it has been inculcated with such mimetic gravity that you are entirely certain it will work as intended. Punch Beck in the snout to establish superiority. You punch Beck in the snout to establish superiority and immediately realize it is not working as intended. He snarls and flares up neon green. Neon green energy crackling around his body. You wince as heat washes over you, as if you just opened an oven door, and your arm hair stands stiff in electric terror. What were you thinking? This is a fight you cannot win. Beck lunges at you and sinks his fangs into you. You yelp, pain splitting your sight, radioactive fire roaring up your arm. You yank yourself away and instinctively try to teleport, but as you disappear, Beck's teeth catch your shoulder and hold on tight. The two of you go hurtling through the nothingness, and you're pretty sure you've left blood spatters on some meta-narrative construct, like a website scroll bar or the RenP debug screen or some shit like that. Eventually, you come exploding back in a cannon and bounce off of a purple spire with an ungainly smack, dislodging Beck in the process. You tumble onto a bridge and scatter some dudes in goofy jester outfits, and Beck lands in front of you. Good boy? Can we call it even here? He snarls, and green flames crack the stone beneath his feet. So much for that. You throw up your arms in front of your face and squeeze your eyes shut as Beck lunges again, but you don't feel the sting of his fangs against your flesh. Instead, you feel the singularly odd sensation of your body passing right through Beck's, as though you have just had a window thrown at you, like a reverse defenestration. Refenestration? Unfenestration? The world beyond your eyelid strobes green, and when you open your eyes, you find yourself staring into a massive, verdant sun. You think that when Beck went in for the kill, you must have phased through him as his power surged? It was pure dumb luck. You can't imagine what kind of precise timing it would take to pull that off on purpose. The good news is that you're alive, but the blood loss is really doing a number on you, and you can't focus your powers. Your vision flickers at the edges, and there's a ringing in your ears louder than the flickering flames of the sun. You only just barely hear a voice from behind you as your eyes glaze over. Who's this douchebag?
Solux, be nice. This douchebag looks very injured. I think they're gonna have to restart and try again. Better luck next time.
Game over. My boy! My baby boy! So we're not going to punch Beck. We're going to back off of punching Beck. We're going to go explore. Aradia mentioned! Ah! You present your most finely honed smile of confidence and urge Jade to stand. This is no time to mope around. There's plenty of fun to be found without leaving the island. You suggest that perhaps with your help, you can give her the opportunity to explore the temple she's always been curious about.
Really? That'd be super fun. But what about Beck?
Oh, there's nothing to worry about there. You have a genius plan, you tell her. You tell her to just head on over to the temple and you'll take care of the rest.
Okay, if you say so. But please don't do anything to hurt Beck, okay? I love him to bits.
You wouldn't dream of it. Not on this route, at least. So they they wrote that to know that we punched Beck in the nose. Beck, by the way, is what's known as a first guardian and was created to guard this entire reality and has like unlimited, unfathomable powers. Punching him is a really bad idea. Jade transportalizes downward, and you turn your attention to Beck, who is idly sniffing one of Jade's plants. You advance on him slowly, and with intent. You know what must be done. Pet the dog! You just get right in there. You pet the hell out of this dog. You employ all of your strongest pamper techs, like the quick scritch up, the main massage, and the rare Cuddlebrand X Doge Smite. Somewhere in the distance, a bluebird observes your masterful display and chirps happily. But suddenly, Beck's head snaps up and he points his snout in the direction of the temple. Whoa there, buddy. Now's no time to be thinking about Jade. Now is belly scritch's time. You start rubbing Beck's stomach and he flops up onto his back with his tail wagging and his feet curled up. Who's a good boy? Beck looks up at you and you see the cosmos reflected in his deep, piercing eyes. And you understand. He's a good boy. And he knows it. After a while longer spent threading your fingers through his silky fur, Beck curls up beside you and yawns, starting to nod off. You kiss him on the forehead, and then take the opportunity to slowly stand up and exit the room, letting the sleeping dog lie. You're a little worried about alerting Beck by using your powers. He seems to be pretty keyed into that kind of space-time manipulation, so you just take the long route to the temple. Jade's Island is a very beautiful place, with rolling hills and lush sun-bathed plains. It looks like an excellent vacation destination, but it's also so bare. Hey, Mecca! Oh, we're stuck at home, all right. There's nothing and nobody around except for the hollow whispers of the wind. You can see how this place would feel much less like paradise after years spent stranded here. When you reach the lake surrounding the temple, you see that the giant lily pads outside have arranged themselves. Uh-oh. Good luck in college, Esper Fraud. Bye! You see that the giant lily pads have arranged themselves. Lily pads outside have arranged themselves into a walkway that you can use to reach it. How strange and convenient. You channel your inner frog and hop across.
Hey! Up here!
Jade calls down to you. She's at the temple entrance far above your head, waving down at you. Grooves carved into the wall form a ladder that you can use to climb up, and soon you're standing beside her at the entrance to the temple. A huge, thanks for the gifted chip! A huge, imposing archway marks the ingress between the sunny island and the dark interior of the ruin. From within, you can see a faint yellow-green glow that seems to come from runes carved into the walls. Spooky. Oh, I remember. We were actually just talking about that earlier, Chick 1. We were talking about how Newgrounds got crashed by Cascade. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. The hype surrounding Cascade will never be replicated in a live fan base, I don't think, because it's rare to have things like this that drop one panel at a time. What a nuts time. I wonder if Haka remembers that. As you proceed through the entryway, Jade runs a hand alongside the glowing walls, her face bathed in the sickly green. You know, this is actually a nice low moment to talk a little bit, so I'll talk a little bit. The fan base around Homestuck was something that was like such... it had a lot of problems for how big it was, right? Like, it created a lot of like weird pockets of people who maybe weren't always up to the most savory shit, or like were kind of cringe, or a little bit like socially unaware and did dumb shit in public or whatever. But it also created some of the most genuinely like breathtaking pieces of art and music and some really good cosplays and fan works that like I've ever seen. Because of like the size of it, there were just so many people involved in that fan base that you would get some of these like absolutely nutty fan works. Just I'm talking like full fucking books worth of stuff, or like art pieces that belong in museums, or songs that could have easily been on like world famous albums, or in like, I don't know, award-winning games. But at the same time, you had a lot of people, because the fan base was so large, who gave it a really, really, really bad reputation. And I mean, deservedly so in some cases. That reputation was earned with the way some people behaved. And some things in Homestuck were maybe a little too nuanced for, you know, like a target audience of like kids and teens to really work their way through in a way that was healthy or mature, I guess. So I think there's a reason Homestuck is remembered with such, like, it's remembered in such a reviled way. I think it definitely earned that through some of the stunts people pulled, but the way I remember Homestuck, at least when I was into it, and it was at its biggest hype, I missed the fan base. Like, I wasn't super invested or involved in the fan base. I didn't, like, go to, like, you know, boards to talk to other fans. All I really did was I had a Tumblr, and I, like, enjoyed the art, and I made a bit of I made a bit of my own Homestuck fan art. I enjoyed the art, and I made my own art, and every once in a while I would comment on other people's pieces, but I always regret that I didn't, like, really immerse myself in the fan base, because while it was cringe, and I think there was a part of me that was, like, trying to remain aloof and too cool to be, like, admittedly a Homestuck, I think that I probably would have made some lifelong friends in that way. And there are people I met that I still talk to today through, like, Homestuck as an interest. So I don't regret that at all. I think that was definitely worth it. It's just, I think I could have made a lot more friends if I really would have immersed myself. That's okay, Vic. The VOD will stay up. You'll never experience something like Homestuck ever again, and the reason for that is because you don't have the setup, and the setup won't exist anymore. So Homestuck was around at a time when the internet still had, like, weird role-play boards and stuff that weren't, like, under the clutches of capitalism and constant advertisers and weren't about how much revenue you could make. And it existed at a time when it wasn't as easy to get a hold of, social media didn't have, like, the super hyper grip it has right now. So things like Tumblr or DeviantArt or, like, MMOs or what was that chat client that was made for Homestuck? PesterChum. Those things, like, were a viable way to get a hold of friends and fan bases, and you couldn't really, like, spoil yourself on Homestuck because it came out one thing at a time. It was so entrenched in pop culture, but also so, like, aggressively 2010s internet. It would be impossible to replicate that ever again. Like, it relied on flash and weird jokes that only, like, referenced the memes that were popular around that time in long dead movies and shit like that. So recreating that and having a fan base as big as that ever again is basically, like, out of the question. It was a once in a lifetime thing, and I'm glad I got to see it, even if it did have a lot of cringe shit that came out of it. Yeah, I never really did the Homestuck RP stuff. I mean, that's cool. I'm sure there was people who really enjoyed that. And I mean, I'm sure there's really good RPers out there. Good for them. Truly one of a kind. Blemishes and all. Because boy, does Homestuck have a lot of blemishes. Bye, Burb. All right, let's keep moving. Oh, yeah, the MSPARP, that's right. That was the chat client, right? Yeah, I think a lot of people dropped off Homestuck when they stopped doing fan input because it was kind of like the death knell of the problem sleuth era for Andrew Hussey's work, and I get why that would turn a lot of people away. It also veered pretty heavily into, like, teen drama and character writing over, like, metatextual jokes in a lot of ways. I mean, it still had healthy doses of those, but it focused very much on the character writing from then on out, which was good for a while, but it did get a little tedious. I will forever be annoyed that Sburb and the game mechanics weren't fleshed out. Oh no, Avispa, no! Nepeta? Changed your brain chemistry, huh? I'm sorry that happened to you. It's okay. I'm sure that the writing in Homestuck forever changed the way I talk like an idiot. Let's keep it moving, though. At the end of the hallway is a large, round platform decorated with cloudy designs and a glowing orb at the center. It doesn't pique your interior decorator, but Jade seems quite awed by the sight. Siskaya! I knew this temple had to be connected to that world in some way. Jade rushes onto the platform and it begins to descend. You quickly follow her before you're left behind as the elevator takes you down to an expansive and dark room below. Much like the rest of the temple, the space seems very sparse, and it is illuminated by the faint glow of the runes on the walls. Too loquacious for my own good. If you say so. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think people should speak more flowery. I think it's fun to, like, still speak in, like, the modern tongue or whatever, and, like, use slang. They talk like a normal fucking person, but sliding, like, good, funny words in there, or being, like, overly descriptive, or having metaphorical language that, takes you spiraling into the abyss of,
being my lexicon or whatever.
Doing that kind of shit, that's just fun. That just makes my language, it makes it more fun for me to talk. I mean, if I could communicate things in fewer words, but why use few words when more fun? A large purple lotus flower rests atop a pedestal in front of the elevator. Petals wilted. Oh no, it's wilted. I'm not cute. I'm dangerous. I'm scary. Anyway, there is an electronic display built into the pedestal with a timer that could feasibly count down for millions of years, but it seems to be glitched, stuck a few hours away from zero, with the seconds digit constantly ratcheting back and forth between two numbers. Jade places a hand on the pedestal and sighs. The number's stuck. I think this is a time capsule, but it's malfunctioning for some reason. Was I supposed to open it when the time was right? I'll never know. What else could this place be hiding from me? As if on cue, the elevator platform shudders and begins to rise behind you. As the platform ascends, it becomes clear that there is a pit beneath it, which is basically video game logic 101. Jade looks down into it, and you follow suit and see. Transportalizers? There's two of them. One a deep purple, and the other a brilliant gold. Jade leaps down into the pit, which is a pretty brave maneuver because it's deep as hell and real life still has fall damage. She grunts and sinks to her knees from the impact, but quickly recovers and rushes over to the golden transportalizer. She examines it for a moment, and then clambers on with a soft click. The pressure plate is depressed, and the device surges to life. She disappears in a bright flash of light. Well, shit, you better follow her. You hop down and step onto the transportalizer, and the same flash of light consumes your body. You feel something like wind whipping around you as your molecules are dematerialized and then reassembled in a new locale. A glimmering golden palace. It's good to see that S-Burb still exists even if nobody got to play the game. I mean, the session is doomed, but still. Wow, this place is way too fucking bright. Someone needs to crank the saturation down pronto. I don't believe it. Jade is looking around with wide eyes that reflect your golden surroundings. This is it! This is Prospit, the planet I visited in my dreams. I didn't think it was possible to get here like this. What does it mean? Why am I allowed to be here right now? I should go talk to the queen. And with that, she's off, sprinting down the halls with a renewed sense of vigor. You scramble to keep up with her, threading your way through crowds of confused white-shelled folk in fancy outfits. They kind of remind you of yourself, but with chitinous bodies. You sidestep a lady carrying a paint can and shuffle down a lengthy... That's MS Paint, by the way. That's Miss Paint. Down a lengthy golden staircase adorned with regal golden spires. And you can only barely keep your eyes on Jade's long black hair as it swishes behind her. When you finally catch up, she's in the middle of an argument with two burly fellows in white suits. She stamps her foot at them, but they are undeterred, blocking her passage further. Eventually, Jade wheels around to look at you. She tries to soften her expression for your sake, but her face is still sour. The guards won't let me through to see the queen! Apparently she's really busy with something. They told me I'm not supposed to be here and that I have to leave right away. This is totally bull! I'm a princess! I swear some of these idiots can't even recognize me without the pretty golden dress. Blah. Guess I'm not getting any answers here either. Let's just get out of here. And she's off again, this time striding forward with her fists curled and her jaw set. You glance back at the guards, whose furrowed brows strike you more as worry than ire, and then follow Jade back. You're almost to the exit when you see it. A dark figure silhouetted against Skaya's brilliant blue. They are humanoid in shape, with two leathery wings outstretched and inky black tendrils trailing behind. Crimson force crackles in their wake. Crimson, you say? Crackles in their wake, and they swoop over the city like a bird of prey. Something about them gives you a major case of the heebie-jeebies. You do a nervous little half-jog back to the transportalizer and get the hell out of Dodge. The temple feels oppressively dark compared to the blinding bright of Prospit. You spend a while blinking as your eyes readjust. The transportalizer you just used flares up red and then cracks. That's probably not a good sign, is it? You do what you do best. Ignore it and climb out of the pit. Jade is standing beside the Lotus contraption, running her hand along one of the pedals with her face set.
What does all of this mean? Was this here all along? Has my grandpa been to Prospit before? If I can go there, then it must still exist. The game must still exist somehow, but how? None of it makes any sense. I need to think about this.
You follow Jade back to her house as she mumbles to herself, brows furrowed. You could barely catch what she's saying, but she's clearly thinking hard.
The clouds have never been wrong before. Is it too early? Was this meant to happen?
Once you reach the atrium, Jade lets out a sharp breath and nods her head, resolute. She turns to you.
All right. I think I understand. I know what's going on now.
Great! You offer her your most winning smile. What's the sitch?
Well, the truth is that I was always being very immature about the idea of being a hero and having a destiny. Life isn't like in kids' cartoons, after all. Heroism isn't all rainbows and sunshine, and it's childish to think that everyone gets a happy ending. That kind of storybook stuff doesn't really exist. To be a real hero, you have to be prepared to suffer horribly. It makes sense when you think about it. If everything came easy, there wouldn't actually be anything heroic about it. Why else would my grandpa have put me on this island? Why else would Beck want to keep me safe here even now that everything's changed? It's definitely my it's because it's my destiny. I have to prove that I'm willing to suffer and willing to sacrifice. That has to be it. This can't all have been for nothing, right? That's not the way the world works. Everything has a purpose, even if it's not clear at first. Seeing Prospit in the flesh reminded me of that. My purpose is to do what I've always done. But my grandpa and Beck have helped me prepare for. I know I'll be really lonely. But in the end, it means that everything will continue to play out the way it was meant to. It's a very noble job, and I've got to be the one to do it.
You're at a loss for words. This really doesn't feel like the right takeaway from all this, but you don't know jack about Esperb or Destiny or any of that nonsense. So who are you to say otherwise?
So thank you for helping me visit Prospit. I wouldn't have figured this all out if not for you, and I'm sure that meeting me is one step along the way towards your mysterious fate as well. I will be rooting for you.
Jade erupts into a broad, beaming smile. It might be the first completely genuine smile you've seen from her this entire time. But that doesn't make you feel any better about it. In fact, it's more of a knife twisting into your gut. And when she throws her arms around you and hugs you tight, the knife pushes deeper to the bone.
Well, you probably have more important stuff to do than keep hanging out with me. I'll let you get back to it.
Jade turns around and heads for the staircase, leaving you to stare at her retreating form. Is this it? Will you accept the new destiny that you've written for Jade and allow her to stay trapped here on this island forever? Accept or do not accept? I'm gonna accept it first. Wow. Huh. You're kind of a huge jerk, aren't you? Or maybe the narrative is a huge jerk, is what you would say, but now you're practically in charge of the narrative, so yeah, it's basically just you. But Jade seems happy enough with her lot in life. Maybe she's better off this way, instead of whatever danger she would have gotten up to had she played Esperb. Yeah, you just keep telling yourself that. Bad end. Important heroic end. Yay! We do not accept. Some people might take this as a lesson in the responsible use of reality-altering powers. Some people might swear off manipulating canon entirely. But not you. What's the point of having sick-ass powers at all if you never use them? Maybe some god is gonna punish you for the way you've been fucking around with the universe, but right now, you don't care. This girl would burn herself to ashes to keep her friends warm. The least you could do is risk the flame for her sake. You quickly sprint up the stairs.
Oh, you're not leaving? Don't you have places to be? I'll be fine here alone. I promise. It's my duty. I'll get used to it eventually.
You can't imagine she's okay with that, no matter what she says. Does she really want to stay alone for the rest of her life?
Well, I mean, of course not. What I want to do is explore the world and hang out with all my pals. It's not about what I want. It's about doing what has to be done. That's what it has always been about for me.
Well, that's bullshit.
Huh?
Maybe Jade's fate dictates she never play the game she wanted to play. Maybe heroes don't get a happy ending. But that doesn't mean heroes can't be happy. There comes a time in every young woman's life, you tell Jade, where she can't leave home because her pet is an overprotective god. Okay, that's obviously not true. But there comes a time in many young women's lives where circumstances beyond their control leave them without an escape. Perhaps it is easier to believe that the escape will never come. But you can't let Jade do that. When life has you stuck, at home perhaps, you can still hold on to hope. You can fight. No matter how long you have to wait, you can keep looking for another chance to see the world. And if the universe tells you to sit, stay, and roll over, you look the universe dead in the eyes and ask, who do you think is the master around here? And then you tell it to motherfucking heal.
Yeah? Yeah! You're right. Even now, I was still being childish. It was easier to tell myself to be miserable for a noble cause instead of holding on to hope and maybe getting hurt again. But I have to have hope. That's who I am. I'm a hoper, not a moper. I will keep trying to convince Beck that it'll be safe for me to leave the island. Things have changed, and maybe he doesn't realize it yet. He's kind of a silly, dumb dog at times, but he loves me and I love him, and we can work it out. Maybe it'll take a while, but I'll definitely figure things out. While I wait, you'll come to visit sometimes, won't you?
Of course you will. You are not in the habit of abandoning your friends. The idea is unthinkable. You promised Jade that you will come to visit her.
Come visit.
Come visit! A light bulb goes off in your head. One of those cool LED bulbs. The kind that syncs up to your phone and changes colors and spies on you for the government. Party time, baby! Yeah! You asked Jade if she's ever had a slumber party.
A slumber party? No, I've never had one. It sounds exciting, but, is it really a party if there's just two people and a dog? That sounds more like a mild slumber hangout.
Don't worry about it, you tell her. Just start getting the place ready for a bash. Pull out the sleeping bags, conjure up some lightly irradiated snacks, pump up the fresh jams, etc., etc.
I don't know if we even have sleeping bags, but okay. I'll see what I can do. Maybe there's something useful in my grandpa's old supplies.
You shoot her a confident salute and then dissolve into the ether of canon. All right, Egbert, up and at 'em. It's party time. John yelps and tumbles out of his chair, crashing to the ground in an undignified heap. It looks like he was in the middle of debugging some code on his computer when you interrupted him. He disentangles his limbs and stands up with a groan.
Okay, Magic Mailman, we need to get something straight. Your powers are extremely cool, but using them like this is kind of lame. Jump scares rank very low on the prank scale. They don't take any effort, they're just sort of mean and annoying.
You apologize for scaring John. You're just in a very excited mood right now because time for a motherfucking slumber party!
Oh, cool! I've never been to a slumber party before. Who's it with?
You grin. Don't you already know who it's with, John?
The American Association of Mailmen?
You give him a blank stare.
Oh, right. Probably one of my other friends. That one should have been obvious.
There you go, John. You tell him to pack up whatever supplies he thinks he should bring and then get ready for another whirlwind ride through space-time.
I don't know. I should probably do the responsible thing and let my dad know I'm going on a trip, even if I will be back soon.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine, you tell him. But don't take too much time. This route's already getting pretty long.
Cool. Okay, what should I bring? Oh, I need to grab some movies, definitely.
Not his taste in movies.
Dave will be there, right? I should bring some McConaughey movies, so he realizes I was right all along about Matthew's stellar acting. Oh, and of course some snacks. This is a great time for me to unload all the excess birthday cakes my dad made me. Seriously, there are hundreds of them in the fridge. It is highly ridiculous.
You wait patiently in John's room as he goes downstairs to fetch his bounty of cakes, talk to his dad, and do all of his other preparation. It takes forever. You're not really sure what he's doing down there. You think he might be walking around, examining all of the objects in his home in great detail and solving a bunch of puzzles. That's a little reference to the Choose Your Own Adventure games where you get to walk around Earthbound style and examine every object and all of the flavor text. Come on, John. It's not the right genre of game. Get your shit together.
Okay, ready.
All right, step 2 is to go get Rose. You take John's hand and zap the two of you into Rose's mansion. John spends a while goggling at the giant statue of Zazarpan, the Learned. Then, you ascend the staircase toward Rose's room and knock on the door. Her voice comes from within, slightly muffled.
You're home early? I've been hearing strange noises from the neighboring lab of late. Have you?
Rose opens the door and freezes.
John?
Her eyes widen and she slowly steps backwards, which John takes as an invitation to stride into her room. What a little fucking goober, just waltzes in. Yeah! Her cheeks darken and she scans the room, eyes flickering from mess to mess.
Surprise, Rose! We're here to steal you away, like the owl who kidnaps Harry Potter.
That's not...
She sighs and turns to you.
Care to explain the sudden intrusion? It is normally considered polite to call ahead, especially when one is possessed of reality-bending powers.
Oh, don't be melodramatic. There's probably nothing too embarrassing in this room.
John furrows his brow as he glances around the room, eyes sweeping over the walls. He eventually settles on some pictures that have been hung up.
I mean, look at these great drawings. Did you do those? That is so cool. I didn't know you drew stuff.
Rose gives him the smile of a girl whose soul has just shriveled into a blackened husk.
Again, an explanation would be nice.
You explain that you've come to collect Jade's friends for a slumber party.
I see. The commercial and critical failure of Esper must have impacted her more strongly than I anticipated. She was really looking forward to playing the game with us.
Yeah, that's putting it lightly, probably.
I would hate to disappoint her further. Consider this my RSVP.
Rose gives you a curt nod and then turns to frown at John, who is poking around under her bed. Something tugs at the corner of her mouth.
John? My mother is busy and will not be expected to return for a while. Why don't you and our strange friend go analyze her room instead? I need time to pack.
Oh, okay, Rose. Whatever you say.
Rose shoves you out of the room with more strength than you expected from a 13-year-old girl and shuts the door hard.
Man, I hope Rose realizes that I was being serious when I said her drawings were good. We tease each other a lot, but she's really cool.
John's speaking loudly enough that Rose can almost certainly hear him from the other side of the door. You think he knows that, but you don't say anything except to casually suggest that you and John go wait downstairs and admire all the ridiculous wizard art. He agrees.
God, this house is so weird. Who needs a giant statue of a wizard? Where did they even get this? Oh, and speaking of weird, I didn't want to bring this up with Rose in case it's just some funny story I'm not in on, but what's with all the writing on her?
But John trails off as Rose descends the stairs with a neatly packed bag.
Shall we?
We shall, you say. With a hand on each of their shoulders, you close your eyes and concentrate on the Strider apartment. You're aiming for the hallway outside the front door, but this power is still taking some getting used to, so you instead pop into existence right on top of Dave's bed. He's tapping away at something on his computer, and as soon as you appear, his entire body tenses up. You barely had a moment to react before Dave wheels around in his chair and flings a handful of shurikens at you. One of them grazes Rose's cheek so closely a strand of pale hair flutters to the ground. Man, he really is always ready for his older brother to abuse him. He's ready to fight at a moment's notice. She turns to look at the weapon now embedded in the wall and runs a finger along the edge of the blade, squinting. Oh, Jesus, shit. What the fuck, man? Surprise! Okay, rule 1 of time travel or dimension hopping, don't fucking pull this kind of shit. I mean, seriously. Under any other circumstances, I'd be shitting my fucking nuts off about the opportunity to chill with my best bro, but dude, you can't just drop a guy's besties into the middle of his room out of nowhere like this. This is an extreme social faux pas. You gotta give a guy some time to prepare.
Don't be melodramatic, Dave. I assure you there is nothing present in this room that could make us think lesser of you.
If Rose was scared by that near-death experience just now, she doesn't show it. She hops off the bed and glances around.
If you left any pornography out, it will only serve to confirm the hypotheses I have already made.
Dude, are these selfies? Are you doing the duck face in this one? Oh, man!
Oh, for fuck's sake, John. You get a VIP all-access backstage pass, and the first thing you do is insult my stuff like some rowdy tool at the Nickelback concert rummaging through their closets instead of doing the musical world a favor and assassinating them.
Well, yeah. You would do the same thing, dude.
Touché. But anyway, aside from you getting your grubby hands all over my pristine collection of cool swords, what the hell are you doing here?
We're having a slumber party. Are you in?
Oh, I don't know. Bro's basically always keeping tabs on me. Guy wants me to be safe, you know? Or rather, wants me to only be in the right kind of danger to teach me lessons about irony and being a dope-ass fucking ninja master. It's also pretty intense supervision is the point being made here. I was already getting some rank vibes from him after that little jaunt over to Olive Garden. Actually, the vibes have been off ever since John's birthday, if I'm being honest. So, I don't know how I'd feel about me gallivanting off on some magical snooze adventure with Slappy, the time-traveling mailman. Seems like the kind of thing he'd take issue with.
Aw, come on. You can't be that bad. What kind of guy wouldn't let his brother go hang out with his friends?
Yeah, I guess. It'd be a pretty shitty kind of guy if he did that, wouldn't he? Dave stares off into the middle distance for a while. Rose observes him intently.
Look, Dave, I don't think it would feel right if we all had a big party and you weren't there. Jade would really miss you.
As would we.
Yeah!
Dave glances furtively around the room, as if he's expecting a camera to blink at him from up in one of the corners. All right, I'm in. Let me just Let me grab some subs. That's supplies for short. Hey, mailman, what's Jade's hell dog like? Do I need to bring one of those cool-ass ninja swords?
Cool. These swords are like $5 Chinatown swords, aren't they?
What? No. Okay, listen. While Dave grabs his stuff and John heckles him affectionately, Rose's attention has been drawn back to the shuriken Dave threw at her. You stroll over and ask her what's up. She responds with her own question.
Have you been introduced to Dave's brother?
No, but I am wearing a shirt still, I think. Not yet. You've heard a lot about him, though. For the sake of diplomacy, you only briefly touch on the opinion you formed.
He certainly seems like a fascinating man. The kind of individual whose brain I would love to pick apart to find out just what twisted mechanisms fire off within its chambers.
So that's what she's thinking about. Dave's bro? Rose chews on her bottom lip.
Not exactly, but an adjacent topic. I'm mulling over the ethical quandaries presented by the existence of powers esoteric.
What?
It's nothing to concern yourself with yet. We have a party to attend, apparently.
Right! Dave is done packing up. You open both palms and suggest that everyone hold hands so you can best channel all of your powers together. Really? We're holding hands? God, this is so lame. But he does it, and when he clasps John and Rose's hands, he shifts around and blushes faintly in a manner that suggests he doesn't really think it's that lame. In fact, he may think it is the opposite of lame. He may think that it is rad. And he'd be right. Friendship is the raddest thing of them all. You're full of warm, fuzzy friend feelings as you teleport back to Jade's atrium. Wait, nope, that's just the feeling of your body dissolving and reconstituting itself halfway across canon. They're very similar feelings. You head to the base of the staircase where you call out to Jade. Her guests have arrived, you tell her. Jade rushes down the stairs and nearly trips over her skirt. Her expression is tight and anxious, and when she sees your motley crew standing there, she freezes up, her breath hitches in a half-sob.
You really did bring them. They're here. You're all here!
Jade launches into a wide grin and sprints forward, launching herself like a missile at her friends. Dave throws himself bodily out of the way, and Rose takes an alarmed step back, leaving John to bear the full brunt of her affections. She crashes into him and the two of them go spinning around and around as Jade laughs breathily.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Calm down there, Jade. It's nice to see you too.
Tears are beating in her eyes as she squeezes him tight and then pecks his cheeks with a soft kiss.
Oh, John, I'm so happy to see you in person. In waking person and everything. I spent so much time watching you sleep.
What? Jade swings around to look at her other two pals.
Come on, you two. Come on, you two too. Get over here. We're having a 4-time hug combo right now.
Oh, poor Dave. It's okay, Dave. I also hate physical touch. Rose and Dave cautiously step forward, and Jade, with John's help, yanks them both into a tight embrace. She smooches them up on the cheeks, too. Rose's face lights up with a blush, and Dave nearly goes catatonic. When Jade pulls back, she's clutching John's hand and tugging so hard she might pull the damn thing off.
Come on, everyone, let's go upstairs. I found a bunch of military-grade sleeping bags and Grandpa's old adventuring gear, and I set them up in my room. We can play with all my toys and jam out to some music and stay up all night chatting with each other, and oh my god, you're here. You're all here. This is really happening.
Jade's next laugh verges on hysterical, and she's got tears streaked down her cheeks. Dave looks a little perturbed. Wow. Holy shit. It's cool, Jade. No need to get so, like this. Kind of fucks me up seeing you cry. Not that I'm trying to make this all about me. I mean,
Dave, you're doing a horrible job of comforting her. Jade, come here. I shall hold you in my arms.
Rose walks over to Jade, extends her thumbs, and swipes them down Jade's teary cheeks in a stiff, mechanical motion. Then she wraps her arms around Jade in an embrace that could generously be called a hug, but looks more like the precursor to an alien medical examination. John boggles at the display. None of these children besides John know what healthy, like, affection or parental guidance looks like. None of you whack jobs know how to do this. Oh my god! Come here, Jade.
Aw, thank you, John. Now come on, everyone, let's go.
And so the party begins. Tales told, movies watched, and fun had aplenty. So many shenanigans happen. So many! Perhaps someday you will recount them all in detail. But before you know it, the energy in the room is fled alongside the sunlight. The moon and stars cast their pale gaze upon 4 supine friends, bundled up in sleeping bags, and caught midway between slumber and wakefulness. Dave is rambling about some inane bullshit that nobody's paying attention to.
and Ruze is attempting, quite terribly, to lecture John and Jade on the modern reinterpretation of Lovecraft's works. I think it's about time you bowed out.
Octavio, Homestuck is not a visual novel, but PESTERQUEST, which features the Homestuck characters and gives you a good look into who they are as people without the heavy lore of Homestuck, is. But I would recommend reading Homestuck before you read PESTERQUEST, but I am engaging in PESTERQUEST to get everybody a nice taste of the characters without having to deal with all of Homestuck in its entirety, because that would take way too long. It's not that you haven't enjoyed chumming it up with these kids, but you'd feel kind of whack sticking around overnight. You can come back later. Besides, you got places to go and sights to see. There's an entire golden moon out there full of potential friends that you knew nothing about before today. The universe beckons, and you are powerless to refuse. You give Beck a little nod, like, hey, take care of these kids. Beck doesn't nod back because he's a dog, but you like to think he understands. As you quietly slip down the staircase and out of sight, you spare one last glance at the group and find a sigh escaping your lips. Everything that's happened here feels almost too good to be true. Can it last? Can this brazen wish fulfillment go unpunished? You find that hard to imagine. There's something fate touched about these kids. You could feel it in your bones. As surely as the wind whispers through the trees, or the stars dance through space, as surely as the turning clocks will call the sunlight back again, these kids will never be free of the bullshit that hounds them. But right here, right now, they are at peace. They have shared this one perfect moment together. And perhaps in the future, there will come more betwixt the chaos. And maybe that's enough. Oh, they're drawing their furry OCs. Good for them. Dave, what an incredible artist you are. Okay, John, let's go. Nice, looking good. Victory! Friendship! Hey, Beck, I'd be hanging out with Beck. That's what I do at every party. I roll up to the first animal I can find. I'm like, what's up? Sort of Nevermore King. It's kind of implied that they're still going to get up to the game in some way or another, but it's like dubious how they get back over there. There are definitely still avenues to get to Skya and Durst and Prospit. However, their quest beds would have already been destroyed, and Becknor would have already been doing his wild shit. But the idea that Becknor exists at all implies the interference of somebody like Vriska, which implies that this universe still has some connection to Skya in some way. That is the end of the first arc for this game, which is the main Beta Kids arc. The next arc involves the trolls. It is not split up. It's technically one long 12-part arc, so it's very, very dense, but I will probably be splitting it into 4, so we have 5 streams, essentially. So we'll go from Karkat down to Vriska, and then Equius down to Aradia, and then Nepeta over to Pfeffery. Oh, God! Vriska, you broke the stream! Oh, no. She took all the luck. All of it. Ah! That's all right. We didn't need it anyway. YouTube, please! Let's hear a bit of that music. Hit me. Hit me, music. Hit me. Ah, there it goes. Beautiful. All right, gamers, that was Homestuck's PESTERQUEST. That is your first taste of Homestuck. For those of you who are uninitiated in Homestuck, now you know our 4 main characters, the kids who are playing the game, or, well, in the main comic, play the game that ends all of reality and turns them into gods of a new universe. They go through a lot of stuff. They get a lot of setbacks. There's a lot of goofs and gaffes and silly bullshit that leads up to it. Yeah. And that is that. We've been going for about a little more than 4 hours, which I think is enough for me. I was considering doing Carcat's arc, but I think I'm going to save that as the first part of the next stream, because that's a nice palette starter for us. I think that was a beautiful palette cleanser right there, that ending. I think that is a nice note to close off on. So I'm going to get us the hell out of here. We're going to go right over to Bettle Senpai, our clown senpai, Jester Senpai, technically. You know what? Clown Senpai is funny. I think that's funnier. We're going to raid over to our clown senpai since he is back from a little bit of a break and go say hi. I believe he's doing a week in review. He'll probably be talking about various things. Who knows what's on the docket? But we all know that he's a great entertainer, very funny, very engaging. So we're going to get our asses over there, say hi, and then I will put this on the schedule sometime going forward. I can't promise when the next one's going to be. Depends on demand, depends on how much people enjoyed this. If we don't like visual novel content, that's fine. I get it. No worries. All right, nerds, thanks for hanging out for Homestuck. Tomorrow, I will be doing my Minchi. If you have a membership, tune in for that. I will be doing prep for Artemis D&D one-shot. I think what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be working on a map and talking about D&D in general. I'll probably talk about the one-shot and kind of like what I'm planning for it, but I'm not going to give you too many spoilers. Just enough that we can kind of shoot the shit and have a conversation. At some point, I do want to do a Homestuck Minchi where we talk about, Homestuck, or at least this first arc, and kind of see how we feel about it. But I don't really want to sit here and have that conversation right now because I'm tired and I want stamina potion. Damn it. All right, gamers. You know what? Let's say Homestuck raid. Homestuck raid. Say it. Say it. Say Homestuck raid. Ready? Bye. I've got even more voices locked and loaded for next time. I hope you're ready for, I don't know.
Seriously? Is this what we're doing right now?
And whatever else I get up to. Wow, I can't believe the Octopimp popped in for a minute. What a life I'm living. What a world I live in. I gotta go say hi. Bye, nerds. Yeah, get that Homestuck raid. Go, 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 go. Say it to Bettle. It's gonna be hilarious. Bye. See you tomorrow.